Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills when I think about it. Even typing this out makes my hands shake a bit. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. It was about 7 years ago when I moved into my first apartment in Calgary. I had just graduated and finally had enough money to buy some decent furniture instead of the hand-me-downs I'd been using throughout college. One of my first purchases was this beautiful oak wardrobe with a full-length mirror on the door. It wasn't anything fancy or antique, just a regular wardrobe from IKEA that I had to assemble myself. I remember being so proud of it, even though it took me nearly 4 hours to put together, and I had a few screws left over, which was concerning, but it seemed stable enough. The wardrobe was positioned directly across from my bed, which in hindsight wasn't the best idea. But my apartment was small, and there weren't many options for furniture placement. The first few nights with my new purchase were completely normal. I'd get ready for work in the morning, check my outfit in the mirror, and go about my day. It was on the 5th night that it happened. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd had a particularly rough day at work and had gone to bed early, around 9:30 p.m. I was lying on my side, that drowsy state where you're not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. My room was dimly lit by the street lamp outside my window, casting this pale yellowish glow across everything. I had my eyes half open, staring absently at the wardrobe mirror, when between one blink and the next, she was just there. A little blonde girl, couldn't have been more than 9 years old. She was wearing this pink lace dress that looked old-fashioned, like something from a different era. Her hair was done up in these perfect blonde ringlets that bounced slightly as she moved, and she was moving, twirling the fabric of her dress between her fingers, spinning slightly from side to side, like children do when they're wearing something fancy and want to see it flow. The strangest part was how she completely ignored me. It wasn't like she was looking at me through the mirror or trying to communicate. She was just existing in the reflection of my room as if I wasn't even there, as if I was the one who didn't belong. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes widened and I blinked hard, thinking I was having some kind of weird sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucination. And just like that, between one blink and the next, she was gone. The mirror showed only my room, with me lying stiffly on the bed, eyes wide with fear. I didn't sleep that night. I turned on all the lights in my apartment and sat in the living room watching mindless TV until the sun came up. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I had been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. Stress from work, maybe some weird side effect from the leftover pizza I'd had for dinner. I convinced myself it was nothing, but I rearranged my room the next day so that the wardrobe was no longer directly across from my bed. I started changing clothes in the bathroom instead of in front of the mirror. I would catch myself avoiding looking directly at it, especially at night. When I absolutely had to use it, I'd only glance quickly, never letting my eyes linger. Life went on. I didn't see the girl again, and eventually the memory faded enough that I could dismiss it as a weird one-time thing. I moved to a bigger apartment about 2 years later and took the wardrobe with me, though I kept it in the spare room that I used as an office. I never mentioned what happened to anyone. Who would believe me anyway? I'd sound crazy. Fast forward to last summer. My family had gathered at my parents' lake house for the 4th of July weekend. We had this tradition of having a bonfire on the beach, making s'mores and sharing stories. That particular night, the conversation had somehow drifted to ghost stories and weird experiences. Everyone was sharing their creepy encounters, most of them obviously exaggerated for effect. My sister Rachel, who's 4 years younger than me, had been quiet most of the evening. She's usually the skeptic in the family, rolling her eyes at anyone who claims to have seen anything supernatural. But after my cousin finished telling some elaborate story about hearing footsteps in his attic, Rachel suddenly spoke up. "I saw something once," she said quietly, "when I was about 14. Something about her tone made everyone go silent. The fire crackled between us, casting flickering shadows across her face. She wasn't smiling, wasn't trying to set up a punchline. She looked uncomfortable. It was when we lived in that house on Maple Street," she continued, "in Calgary." My stomach dropped. We had shared a room in that house until I left for college. "I woke up in the middle of the night," Rachel said, staring into the fire, "and there was this little girl standing by my dresser. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The marshmallow I'd been roasting slipped off my stick into the fire. She had blonde hair," I whispered. Rachel's head snapped up, her eyes meeting mine across the fire. "In ringlets," she said, "perfect little curls." "The pink dress," I continued, my voice barely audible now, "lace trim." "She was playing with it," Rachel said, her face going pale, twirling the fabric between her fingers. "Like she was showing it off," I finished. The silence around the fire was absolute now. Everyone was looking between Rachel and me, confused and a little unnerved by our exchange. "You saw her too?" Rachel asked, her voice small. I nodded, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. "In the mirror, my wardrobe mirror." "I saw her directly," Rachel said, "standing in our room. She was so calm, like she belonged there and I was the intruder." That was exactly it, the feeling I'd never been able to put into words. This little girl, with her serene expression and careful movements, had made me feel like I was the one who wasn't supposed to be there, like I was trespassing in a space that belonged to her. We spent the rest of the night comparing details, confirming that we had seen the exact same girl, though years apart. Rachel had seen her when she was 14, which would have been about a year after I moved out for college. I hadn't taken the wardrobe with me then. It had stayed in our shared bedroom until I got my own place after graduation. The most unsettling part of our conversation was realizing that neither of us had ever mentioned this to the other. For years, we had both carried this experience, dismissed it as imagination, and never breathed a word about it. And yet, when we finally did talk about it, we could describe the same girl down to the smallest detail. The way her dress had these tiny buttons down the back, the pale color of her skin that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness, the serious expression on her face as she admired her dress. After that night at the bonfire, I became obsessed with finding out who this girl might have been. I researched the history of our old house in Calgary, looking for any records of a child who had lived or died there. I found nothing unusual. The house had been built in the 1970s, had about 5 previous owners, none of whom had reported anything strange, no tragic deaths, no missing children. I even reached out to our old neighbors, casually asking if they'd ever heard stories about the house or experienced anything unusual. None of them had. Whatever, or whoever this girl was, she seemed to be connected specifically to our family, or perhaps to that wardrobe. The wardrobe is still in my apartment, though now it's buried under boxes in my storage closet. I can't bring myself to get rid of it, partly because it was an expensive purchase, but mostly because I'm afraid of what might happen if someone else ends up with it. What if this little girl is somehow attached to it? What if she appears to someone else? Someone who might not just freeze in fear, but actually try to interact with her. The thought makes me deeply uncomfortable. I haven't seen her again since that night years ago, but I still never sleep facing a mirror. When I stay in hotel rooms, the first thing I do is cover or turn around any mirrors. My friends think it's just a quirk or superstition, but they don't know the real reason. Sometimes at night, when the light from the street lamp outside filters through my curtains and casts that same pale glow across my room, I remember the sight of her, the serious expression on her face as she examined her dress, the careful way she moved, the complete lack of acknowledgement of my presence. And I feel that same cold certainty wash over me. She wasn't my imagination. She wasn't a dream or a hallucination. She was real. And somehow, in some way I can't comprehend, she felt more at home in my space than I did. What haunts me the most isn't the fear that she might return. It's the questions I can't answer. Who was she? Why did both my sister and I see her? Why did she appear in the mirror to me, but directly to Rachel? Was she trying to communicate something? Or was she just a fragment of some past reality, replaying like a loop in the present? I've looked into theories about residual hauntings, about how strong emotions or traumatic events can leave an imprint on a place that sensitive people can perceive. But that doesn't explain why we saw her in two different locations. First in my apartment with the wardrobe, then in our childhood home after I'd moved out and taken the wardrobe with me. The only conclusion I can come to is that she's somehow connected to our family specifically, not to a location. And that's what keeps me up at night sometimes. The idea that wherever we go, she might be there too, watching us with that serene, slightly distant expression, twirling her pink lace dress between her small fingers. I've never heard of anyone else in Calgary having a similar experience. I've searched forums, local ghost story collections, even asked around at those ghost tour things they do downtown. Nothing matches our little blonde girl in the pink dress. It's been years now since that night at the bonfire when Rachel and I realized we'd both seen her. We don't talk about it much. What is there to say, really? We have no answers, only questions. But sometimes, when I visit my parents, and Rachel is there too, I'll catch her eye across the room and know she's thinking about it too, about the little girl who made us feel like strangers in our own spaces. I still have the wardrobe, though I've considered getting rid of it many times. Something always stops me, not just the practical concerns, but a strange feeling that I'd be somehow disrespecting her by treating the wardrobe as just another piece of furniture. It's irrational, I know. But then again, so is seeing a little girl from another time appear in your mirror. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. Part of me hopes I don't, but another part wonders if she's trying to tell us something, if there's some message or purpose behind her appearances. Maybe she's lost or trapped, or just checking in on the strange people who now occupy what she still considers her space. Whatever the truth is, I know one thing for certain. When I catch a glimpse of myself in a mirror at night, especially when the light is dim and shadows play across the glass, I brace myself. Just for a second, I prepare for the possibility that I might blink and find myself looking not at my own reflection, but at a little blonde girl in a pink lace dress, calmly existing in a space where she believes she belongs more than I do. And that cold feeling, that absolute certainty that what I saw was real, it never goes away. It just sits there in the back of my mind, a reminder that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that exist just beyond the edge of our perception, occasionally slipping through to remind us that reality might be much more complex than we imagine. I still think about her sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night. I wonder if she thinks about us too, the strange intruders who keep appearing in her house, disrupting her solitude. And I wonder what she would say if we could speak to her, if we could bridge whatever gap separates her world from ours. But mostly, I just hope that whatever keeps her tied to that mirror, to our family, isn't something painful or tragic. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she's at peace. even if her peace occasionally intersects with our reality in ways that leave us shaken and questioning everything we thought we knew about the world. Story 2. The Thing That Wasn't Me. I've lived in my little house at the edge of the blueberry fields for almost 3 years now. It's the kind of quiet that city people pay good money to experience for a weekend before rushing back to their noise and lights. Out here, silence has weight. It settles around you like a blanket, sometimes comforting, sometimes smothering. Most nights, I love it. Last Tuesday night was different. It was one of those bitter, cold January evenings where everything feels brittle, like the world might crack if you step too hard. The temperature had dropped to about 15 degrees, and the sky was that perfect clear black that makes the stars look like they're pressing down on you. I'd been working late on my laptop, the glow of the screen the only light besides my small kitchen fixture. Around 11:30, I decided to let my dog out one last time before bed. I opened the back door, feeling that wall of cold air hit me like a physical force. My breath clouded in front of my face as I watched my dog trot down the 3 wooden steps and into the yard, his paws crunching on the frozen grass. The blueberry fields stretched out beyond my property line, and beyond them, the dense woods that separate my land from the county road. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind catching on something metal. Maybe the weather vane on my shed, or the old gate at the field entrance. But then it changed, shaped itself into something that made every hair on my body stand up. And it was a scream, but not like anything I've ever heard before. Not human, not animal. It started low and then climbed higher, this long, drawn-out metallic wail that seemed to slice through the silence. It reminded me of fingernails on steel, but amplified and stretched out, echoing across the fields. My dog froze, hackles raised, staring toward the tree line. I've heard coyotes out here plenty of times. I know what owls sound like when they hunt. This wasn't either of those. This was something else entirely. I called my dog's name in a harsh whisper, afraid that whatever made that sound might hear me too. He bolted back to the porch, pushing past my legs to get inside. I followed quickly, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the deadbolt. Standing in my kitchen, I tried to calm down. I told myself it was probably just some machinery from one of the farms further down the road. Maybe someone was working late, and metal had scraped against metal in just the right way to create that awful sound. But deep down, I knew better. That scream had intention behind it. It wasn't random or accidental. I called my mom. It sounds childish. But when you're alone in the middle of nowhere and you hear something that makes your blood turn to ice, you want to hear a familiar voice. She lives about 20 minutes away, closer to Buffalo. I tried to keep my voice steady as I told her what I'd heard, but she must have picked up on my fear because she immediately said she was coming over. I told her she didn't need to, that I was just being silly, but I think we both knew I was lying. She insisted, and honestly, I was relieved. I hung up and waited, sitting at my kitchen table with all the lights on, watching the darkness outside my windows. 15 minutes later, I saw headlights coming down my long driveway. The beams swept across the front of my house as my mom's car rounded the final curve. I stood up, ready to go to the door, when movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from the tree line, walking steadily across the field toward my mom's approaching car. My first thought was concern. Who would be out there at this hour, in this cold? My second thought stopped me cold. The figure was wearing my jacket, my dark blue parka with the fur-lined hood. And as it moved closer to the headlights, I could see more details. The same jeans I had on, the same boots, the same way I wear my hair. It was walking with my walk. It was me. But I was standing in my kitchen, watching through the window. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't process what I was seeing. This perfect copy of me was walking toward my mom's car with deliberate steps. My mom had slowed down, probably confused about why I would be outside waiting for her when it was so cold. Then something even more bizarre happened. My ex-boyfriend's truck came speeding up the driveway behind my mom's car. He wasn't supposed to be here. We'd broken up months ago, and while we were still on speaking terms, he never just showed up unannounced, especially not at midnight on a Tuesday. He screeched to a halt behind my mom's car, jumped out and ran to her driver's side window. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see him gesturing wildly, pointing toward the fields, toward the thing that looked like me. I finally broke out of my paralysis and ran to the front door, throwing it open and shouting for them. My mum's head whipped around to look at me standing in the doorway, then back to where she'd been looking before. My ex stood there, his face drained of all color, looking between me and the doorway and whatever was in the field. I ran out to them, the cold air burning my lungs. "What's happening?" I demanded. "What are you doing here?" I directed this last part at my ex. He grabbed my arms, his fingers digging in almost painfully. "Tell me you're playing some kind of sick joke," he said, his voice shaking. "Tell me that wasn't you I just saw." "What are you talking about?" My mom got out of her car now, looking confused and frightened. My ex couldn't seem to take his eyes off me, like he was making sure I was really there. "I was driving to Buffalo," he said, "taking the back roads. When I passed by the turnoff to your place, I saw you walking along the side of the road." My stomach dropped. "That wasn't me. I've been home all night." "I know that now," he said, "but I didn't then. I thought maybe your car broke down or something, so I pulled over. Whatever it was, it looked exactly like you. Same jacket, same hair, same walk, everything. So I called out to you, but you didn't respond. You just kept walking, so I followed in my truck, driving slowly alongside." A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran through me. "Then what happened?" "You turned and looked at me." His voice dropped to almost a whisper, "right at me. And your face, it was your face, but the expression was all wrong, empty. Then you just turned and walked into the woods. No hesitation, no stumbling. Just straight into the trees like they weren't even there." "That's impossible," my mom said. "She's been home." "I just talked to her on the phone." "I know what I saw," my ex insisted. "And the way it moved when it turned, it wasn't natural. It was too smooth, like it was, I don't know, gliding an inch above the ground." The three of us stood there in the bitter cold, the breath from our words forming clouds between us. I felt sick, terrified, because even though I knew I had been inside my house the entire evening, I also knew he wasn't lying. Whatever he saw, he really saw it. "Let's go inside," my mom finally said. "It's freezing out here." We went into my house, and I locked the door behind us. My dog was hiding under the dining table, whimpering softly. He usually goes crazy when my ex visits, jumping all over him for attention. Not this time. He wouldn't come out, not even for treats. We sat in my living room with just a single lamp on, speaking in hushed tones as if afraid something might hear us. My ex kept glancing out the windows, flinching at every creak the old house made as it settled. "The worst part," he said after a while, "was the eyes. They were your eyes exactly, but empty. Like looking at a photograph of eyes, not real ones. And when she turned to walk into the woods, there was no sound, no cracking twigs, no rustling leaves, nothing." "Why were you even driving out this way?" I asked. "You live in the opposite direction from Buffalo." He looked uncomfortable. "I was coming to see you, actually. I know it's late, but I've been thinking about things, about us, and I just wanted to talk. Then I saw that and followed it. When it disappeared into the woods, I panicked. I thought something had happened to you. That's when I came here and saw your mom's car." We stayed awake all night. None of us wanted to sleep, though nobody said it out loud. Around 3 in the morning, we heard it again, that terrible metallic scream, distant but unmistakable. My dog crawled deeper under the table, shaking. As dawn broke, my ex got up to leave. He looked exhausted, the fear having drained him completely. At the door, he hesitated. "I'm not coming back here," he said quietly. "I can't." This area, there's something wrong with it, especially around Buffalo where the road cuts through the deep woods. People disappear out there, you know? There are things in these woods that don't want to be seen, things that shouldn't be confronted. I wanted to argue, to tell him he was being ridiculous, but the words wouldn't come, because deep down, I knew he was right. I'd felt it ever since moving here. That sense that the silence wasn't empty, but filled with something watching, waiting. He left, and my mom stayed for a few more hours before heading home herself. She tried to convince me to come stay with her for a while, but I refused. This is my home. Whatever's out there, it can't have that too. But things have changed since that night. I don't go out after dark anymore. I've installed motion sensor lights all around my property. I keep the curtains drawn at all times, even during the day. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the woods. But when I turn to look directly, there's nothing there. The locals don't talk much about strange occurrences, but when I cautiously brought up what happened, an old-timer at the general store just nodded knowingly. "The fields have eyes," he said. "Always have. Best not to look too hard for what doesn't want to be found. And I've researched doppelgangers, skinwalkers, every possible explanation for what my ex saw that night. Nothing quite fits. Whatever was wearing my face, mimicking my walk, it wasn't human. The way it moved, the silence of its passage, the emptiness in its gaze, these are the things that keep me awake at night. I still hear that scream sometimes, always distant, always at night, always sending that same icy fear straight through me. I wonder if it's calling to something, or warning something away. My ex never came back. He texts occasionally to check that I'm okay, but he won't set foot on this property again. I don't blame him. Part of me wants to leave too, but another part feels strangely possessive of this place now, like if I left, I'd be surrendering it to whatever's out there wearing my face. So I stay. I watch the tree line. I listen to the silence and what breaks it. And I wonder every day what would have happened if my ex had gotten closer to that thing on the road. What would have happened if he'd touched it? If he'd tried to make it turn around again? Some questions are better left unanswered. Some things are better left unconfronted. The thing wearing my face is still out there somewhere. And sometimes, in the dead of night when the silence is heaviest, I swear I can feel it watching me through my own windows, wondering why there are two of us in this world. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it wants anything at all. But I know it's there, moving silently through the blueberry fields and the woods beyond, wearing my face like a mask. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's the real me and I'm the copy. That's the thought that terrifies me most of all. Story 3. The Fractured Shadow. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Growing up, I always rolled my eyes at ghost stories and thought people who claimed to see spirits were either lying or just seeing things in the dark. That changed last year when my brother came home after serving 2 months in county jail for a DUI. The moment he walked through our front door, something felt off. Not just the awkwardness of having him back or the tension from what he'd done. It was something else entirely. Something that settled into the corners of our house like a physical weight. The first week he was back, the atmosphere in our home changed completely. It felt heavier, darker somehow, like walking through water instead of air. I'd catch myself holding my breath in certain parts of the house, especially near the basement stairs and his bedroom. My parents noticed it too, though none of us talked about it. We all just assumed it was the emotional baggage of having him back after what happened. Then came that Thursday. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I was home alone that afternoon, catching up on some work at the kitchen table. My brother had left early that morning with my dad to look at a potential job opportunity in Buffalo, about 2 hours away. My mom was at work, and my sister had classes until evening. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak of the old floorboards and the hum of the refrigerator. Around 3 in the afternoon, I needed to grab some documents I'd stored in a file cabinet in the basement. Our basement is one of those old, partially finished ones, half of it converted into a rec room decades ago, the other half still concrete floors and exposed beams. The staircase leading down is narrow and steep, with a turn halfway down. There's always been something unsettling about those stairs, even before all this happened. I remember every detail of what happened next with perfect clarity. I was about halfway up the basement stairs, files tucked under my arm, when I heard footsteps on the floor above me. Heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots. At first, I thought maybe my brother and dad had come home early, though I hadn't heard a car in the driveway or the front door opening. I called out, "Hello?" but got no response. The footsteps continued, moving from the kitchen toward the hallway that connects to the top of the basement stairs. I climbed a few more steps, and that's when I saw him. My brother stepped across the threshold at the top of the stairs. He was wearing blue jeans, a red polo shirt, and those yellow Timberland-style boots he always wore. His face was turned slightly away from me, but I could see his profile clearly. I remember thinking it was weird that he didn't acknowledge me standing there on the stairs, but I figured he was still mad about an argument we'd had the night before. I continued up the stairs, calling out to him, but he just walked past the doorway, out of my line of sight. I hurried up the remaining steps, turned the corner into the hallway, and found myself face to face with nothing. The hallway was empty. Confused, I walked into the kitchen, then checked the living room. Nobody was there. The house was completely silent again. I checked the front door, still locked from the inside, just as I'd left it. My brother's car wasn't in the driveway. Nobody had come home. My heart started racing as I pulled out my phone and called my dad. When he answered, I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked if my brother was with him. "Yeah, we're still in Buffalo," my dad said. "The interview went well. Now we're grabbing a late lunch. We'll be home in a couple of hours." I felt the blood drain from my face. "Are you sure he's with you right now?" My dad must have heard the panic in my voice because his tone changed immediately. "Yes, he's sitting right across from me." "What's wrong?" I couldn't bring myself to say what I'd just seen. Instead, I mumbled something about wondering when they'd be home and hung up. I stood in the middle of our kitchen, shaking. There was no way my brother could be in Buffalo 2 hours away and also walking through our hallway at the same time. But I had seen him clear as day. The exact clothes, the same walk, his profile unmistakable. I spent the next hour with every light in the house turned on, jumping at every creak and groan the old structure made. When my sister finally got home from class around 4:30, I nearly cried with relief at not being alone anymore. I didn't tell her what had happened. I couldn't figure out how to say it without sounding completely crazy. We made dinner together, and I tried to act normal, but I kept glancing toward the basement door, half expecting to see my brother's doppelganger appear there again. Around 6 in the evening, my sister and I were sitting in the living room watching TV when we both heard it. A man's voice, angry and loud, coming from the direction of the basement door. It sounded exactly like my brother when he gets mad, that same tone he uses when he's about to explode. The words weren't clear, but the fury behind them was unmistakable. My sister looked at me, startled. "Is he home already?" Before I could answer, we heard it again. A male voice yelling, the sound seeming to come from exactly the same spot where I'd seen the figure earlier. My sister jumped up and ran to check, but again there was nobody there. The basement door was still closed. The house was empty, except for us. She came back to the living room, her face pale. "What the hell was that?" That's when I told her what I'd seen earlier. As I described the figure that looked exactly like our brother, her eyes grew wider and wider. When I finished, she sat in silence for a long moment. "I believe you," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because something weird has been happening since he came back. I've been feeling like I'm being watched whenever I walk past his room. And sometimes, when I'm in the bathroom, I swear I can hear breathing on the other side of the door, even when no one's home." We sat there in uneasy silence until headlights swept across the living room window. My parents' car pulling into the driveway, my brother with them, the real one. Dinner that night was tense. My brother seemed in a good mood. The job prospect had gone well, but my sister and I could barely look at him. Every time he moved or spoke, I found myself comparing him to the figure I'd seen, looking for differences, for proof that they weren't the same. But there were none. The apparition had been identical in every way. After dinner, my sister went upstairs to study, and my parents settled in to watch their shows. My brother headed down to the basement to play video games, as he often did in the evenings. I stayed in the kitchen cleaning up, trying to sort through what had happened. Around 9:30, I heard my sister's scream from upstairs. Not a startled yelp, but a genuine scream of terror. I bolted up the stairs, my parents right behind me. We found her sitting on her bed, back pressed against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Between sobs, she told us she'd gotten up to use the bathroom when she saw something in the upstairs hallway. A large, dark figure had crossed from one end to the other, moving in that same weird, fluid way I'd described seeing earlier. She'd frozen in place, then turned around, went back to her bed, and broke down, crying. "It wasn't human," she kept saying. "It looked like him, but wrong. Too big, too dark, like a shadow that had pulled itself off the wall." My brother came upstairs to see what the commotion was about. When he walked into my sister's room, she visibly flinched away from him. The hurt and confusion on his face were genuine. He had no idea what was happening. My parents tried to calm everyone down, attributing my sister's sighting to stress and an overactive imagination influenced by what I'd told her earlier, but I knew better. Whatever she had seen was the same thing I had seen, and it wasn't our imagination. That night, none of us slept well. I kept my light on and my door locked, listening to every sound in the house. Around 3 in the morning, I heard those heavy footsteps again, moving up and down the hallway outside my room. I lay perfectly still, covers pulled up to my chin, too terrified to look, too alert to sleep. The next morning, I went online and researched everything I could about doppelgangers, shadow people, and hauntings. Most of what I found was useless, but one article caught my attention. It discussed the concept of psychic imprints, the idea that intense emotional states can sometimes create energy that takes on a life of its own, manifesting as apparitions or poltergeist activity. My brother had been through hell in those 2 months away. The shame of the DUI, the fear of jail, the isolation from his friends and family, all of it had changed him. He'd come back different, quieter, with a heaviness that hadn't been there before. What if part of him had literally broken off and stayed behind, replaying itself in our home? I went to a local metaphysical shop that afternoon and bought white sage, salt, and holy water. The woman who helped me seemed to understand exactly what I needed without me having to explain too much. "Focus on thresholds," she told me. "Doorways, staircases, anywhere there's a transition from one space to another. That's where these things tend to linger." When everyone was out of the house the next day, I performed the cleansing ritual. I mixed the salt into the holy water and sprinkled it along every doorway, every threshold in the house. I paid special attention to the top of the basement stairs, where I'd seen the figure, and the hallway where my sister had seen the shadow. I burned the sage in every room, focusing particularly on my brother's bedroom, letting the smoke fill every corner and crevice. As I worked, I spoke aloud, not feeling silly like I thought I would. "You don't belong here anymore," I said firmly. "This isn't your place. You need to go now." Whether it was the ritual itself or just the act of taking control, something changed in the house that day. The heavy atmosphere began to lift. The corners didn't seem quite so dark anymore. The basement stairs were just stairs again, not a portal for something unnatural. My brother moved out about a month later, having saved enough from his new job to get a small apartment closer to work. The manifestations never returned after the cleansing. No more figures in hallways, no more angry voices from empty rooms, no more shadows pulling themselves off the walls. It's been over a year now, and I've had a lot of time to think about what happened during those terrifying days. I've come to believe that what we experienced wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense. It wasn't the spirit of someone who had died. It was a piece of my brother that had broken off during his traumatic experience, a psychic fragment that couldn't reintegrate when he returned home. The most disturbing thought, the one that still keeps me up some nights, is this. What if this happens everywhere he goes? What if every time he experiences something intense or traumatic, he leaves behind these broken pieces of himself? Little psychic shards scattered across his life, playing out his worst moments on an endless loop. I haven't told him about any of this. How could I? Hey, by the way, you leave ghost versions of yourself in places you've been. But there's no way to say that without sounding completely insane. But sometimes, when I visit his new apartment, I catch myself looking for signs. That heaviness in the air, shadows that move wrong, the feeling of being watched. So far, I haven't noticed anything, and I pray it stays that way. What scares me most isn't what we saw or heard that day. It's the implication that we're all capable of this, of fragmenting under pressure, of leaving pieces of ourselves behind without even knowing it. How many parts of ourselves have we all lost along the way? And what happens to those fragments alone in the dark, replaying the worst moments of our lives? I don't have answers. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and I hear the old floorboards creak, I still freeze, wondering if it's just the house settling or if something has returned. Something wearing my brother's face, but empty inside. A hollow echo of pain trying to find its way home. Story 4. Number sign: the pencils on the wall. I still have nightmares about that house in West Virginia. It's been 15 years, but I can close my eyes and see every detail. The peeling wallpaper in the hallway, the creaky third step on the staircase, and those pencils. Those 4 damn pencils stuck in the wall. We moved there when I was 11. My dad had lost his job, and we couldn't afford our old place anymore. Some family friends offered to let us share their massive old house in this tiny, forgotten neighborhood tucked into the hills. I remember the drive there, winding roads that seemed to get narrower the further we went, trees pressing in from both sides, like they were trying to swallow the car whole. The house itself was huge, a looming Victorian with a sagging porch and windows that looked like empty eyes. From the moment we pulled up, I hated it. Not in the way kids usually hate moving. This was deeper, more instinctive, like my body was trying to warn me. The house had a weird layout. To get to what would be my bedroom, I had to go through the upstairs bathroom and then through this closet that was practically the size of a small attic. That closet, God, that closet. It was filled with dolls. Not like a few dolls on a shelf, I mean dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Porcelain dolls with cracked faces, plastic dolls with limbs bent at unnatural angles. Some were just heads, sitting on small wooden pedestals, their glass eyes following you as you walked past. But the worst part, the part that made my skin crawl every time I had to walk through there, were the 4 pencils stuck into the wall. They weren't just regular pencils. Someone had taken wool yarn and wrapped it around the erasers to make little heads with faces drawn on them in marker. And each one had a name written along the side in tiny, careful letters. Anna, Beth, Caroline, and Dora. The first night, I asked my mum about them. She got this tight look on her face and said the family who owned the house had told them the previous tenants did ritual things. That was all the explanation I got. But the adults all seemed to understand something they weren't saying out loud, exchanging these looks that made my stomach knot up. I remember telling my dad we shouldn't touch anything in that closet. I couldn't explain why, but I felt it, deep in my gut, that those pencils were important, that they were doing something just by being there. He nodded and said, okay, and for a while that was that. The arrangement worked okay for the first week. The house was old and creepy, but I was managing. Then came that Saturday, the day everything changed. It started normal enough. I woke up to the sound of the adults talking in the kitchen downstairs, the smell of coffee drifting up through the floorboards. I spent the morning helping unpack some of our stuff that was still in boxes. Around midday, I heard raised voices from downstairs. My dad and the man who owned the house were arguing about something. I couldn't make out the words, just the tone, sharp and angry. Later I found out what happened. The homeowner's wife had been cleaning and complained about the creepy doll room, as she called it. She wanted to clear it out, make it a proper storage space. My dad had remembered what I said about not touching anything, but the homeowner, let's call him Mike, laughed it off. He said he wasn't going to let some weird voodoo crap from the previous tenants dictate what they did with their house. Mike went upstairs while everyone else was busy and yanked those 4 pencils right out of the wall. I didn't know this had happened until later that afternoon when I went up to my room to get a book. As soon as I stepped into the doll closet, I felt it. The air was different, heavier, charged somehow, like right before a thunderstorm, and colder, so much colder than the rest of the house. I saw the 4 small holes in the wall where the pencils had been, and my heart sank. "Dad!" I called out, running back downstairs. "The pencils are gone." He gave me this look, part guilt and part "don't make a scene," and pulled me aside to tell me what happened. I remember feeling sick, actually physically nauseated. "We needed to put them back," I told him. "They were there for a reason." Dad tried to calm me down, saying it was just superstition, that nothing bad would happen, but I could tell he was unsettled too. He asked Mike where the pencils were, and Mike said he'd thrown them in the trash, which had already been taken to the curb and picked up. That night things started happening. Small things at first. Our doors wouldn't stay closed. Not just my bedroom door, but every door in the house. You'd close them, hear the click of the latch, and minutes later they'd be open again. No draft could explain it. My parents ended up wedging a small car booster seat under my doorknob to keep it shut while I slept. At dinner, the adults tried to act normal, but I could tell they were on edge. The homeowner's kid, about 5 years younger than me, kept saying he saw people in his room at night. The adults brushed it off as bad dreams. After dinner, we all sat in the living room together. No TV, no tablets. The internet connection in that area was terrible, and the satellite dish had been damaged in a recent storm, so we just sat there in the near silence, the adults making strained small talk while us kids drew on some paper. That's when it happened. My door, the one barricaded with the car seat, suddenly slammed open. Not just swung open, not just fell open. It was like someone had kicked it with all their strength. The door flew inward so hard it crashed against the wall, the doorknob punching a hole in the drywall. The sound was explosive in the quiet house like a gunshot. I screamed. Everyone did. We all ran upstairs, the adults leading the way, probably thinking someone had broken in. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty. The bathroom beyond was empty. The doll closet was empty. Well, empty of people, still full of those creepy dolls. And my room was exactly as I'd left it, except for the door now standing wide open, the car seat knocked over on its side. The adults tried to rationalize it. Maybe the car seat hadn't been positioned right. Maybe the door hadn't been completely closed and pressure built up somehow, but they couldn't explain the force of it, the violence of how it had opened. And they couldn't explain why every single door in the house was now standing open. Even the ones we knew for sure had been closed. That night, my mum said I could sleep in their room if I wanted, but stubborn kid that I was, I insisted on staying in my own bed. I regretted it almost immediately. As I lay there trying to fall asleep, I kept hearing small movements from the doll closet, tiny shifting sounds like plastic limbs changing position or porcelain heads turning slightly on wooden necks. I pulled the covers over my head and tried to convince myself it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise, right? That's what adults always say. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. Something had changed in the house. Something was awake now. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, except for a thin sliver of moonlight coming through a gap in the curtains. And sitting in that shaft of light, in the center of my bedroom floor, was one of the dolls from the closet. It was an old porcelain doll in a faded blue dress, the kind with the jointed limbs and the painted-on eyes. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep. I know it hadn't. And it was positioned wrong, not like it had fallen or been dropped there. It was sitting upright, legs stretched out in front of it, hands in its lap, head tilted slightly to one side as if it were watching me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, staring at it, and it seemed to stare back, though its painted eyes were fixed straight ahead. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I finally gathered the courage to get out of bed. I didn't touch the doll. I couldn't bring myself to. I just ran from the room, through the doll closet, through the bathroom, and into my parents' room. They were annoyed at being woken up, but something in my face must have scared them because they didn't send me back. I slept on their floor for what remained of the night. In the morning, my dad went to check my room. The doll was gone, not just back in the closet. It was nowhere to be found in the entire house. My dad searched everywhere. The rest of that day passed in a blur of tension. The adults were arguing about what to do. Mike and his wife insisted there was a logical explanation for everything. Old houses make noise, kids move things and forget, doors swing open due to uneven floors. My parents weren't so sure anymore. I overheard my mum saying maybe we should find somewhere else to stay for a while. That evening, I needed to take a shower. It was the last thing I wanted to do, going through that doll closet, being alone and vulnerable in the bathroom. But I was starting to smell, and my mum insisted. The bathroom was old but spacious, with a clawfoot tub that had a shower attachment added later. The shower curtain was this heavy, cream-colored thing that wrapped all the way around the tub. One wall of the bathroom had a large, frosted glass window that faced the backyard. During the day, it let in nice light, while still providing privacy. At night, with the bathroom light on, it became a glowing rectangle that I always felt exposed me to whatever might be outside. I was midway through my shower, hair full of shampoo, eyes closed to keep the suds out, when I felt it. A drop in temperature so sudden that my skin prickled with goosebumps despite the hot water. I opened my eyes, and through the steam and the shower curtain I saw it. A dark shape on the other side of that frosted window. Not a tree branch or a bush, but the unmistakable silhouette of a person standing perfectly still, facing the window. The shape was tall, adult-sized, completely motionless, just waiting there, watching. Through the frosted glass, I couldn't make out any features, just the form, head, shoulders, torso, legs, but that was enough, that was too much. I rinsed off as fast as I could, terrified to take my eyes off that window, but also terrified to keep looking at it. The shape never moved, never shifted position, just stood there, a patient dark sentinel on the other side of the glass. With shaking hands, I shut off the water and grabbed my towel, wrapping it around myself without bothering to dry off properly. I threw on my clothes, still damp, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I did something I still can't believe I had the courage to do. I walked to the bathroom door that led outside, the one closest to where the figure was standing, and yanked it open. There was nothing there, no person, no footprints in the soft ground outside the window, no sound of someone running away, just the empty backyard, the distant tree line, and the heavy silence of a rural night. I ran back through the house to find the adults who were all in the kitchen. Before I could tell them what happened, we heard a crash from upstairs, loud, like furniture falling over. Everyone froze. Then we heard another sound, a softer thud, followed by the distinct patter of small objects hitting the floor one by one. My dad and Mike went up to investigate while the rest of us huddled in the kitchen. When they came back down, their faces were pale. All the dolls from the closet, every single one, had been moved to my bedroom, not scattered around or thrown there, but carefully arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the room, all facing inward. In the center of the circle were 4 pencils, not the original ones that Mike had thrown away, but 4 new pencils, each with a small wool head and names written on the sides. Anna, Beth, Caroline, Dora. We left that night, packed only what we could grab quickly, and went to stay at a motel 30 miles away. My parents and I never went back into that house. Mike and his family stayed one more night to pack some essentials. Then they moved out too. As far as I know, the house sat empty for years afterward. I don't know what those pencils were for. I don't know who Anna, Beth, Caroline and Dora were, or why their names were written on those pencils, or why they needed wool heads. But I know that they were keeping something contained, something that didn't want to be seen or known, but was there all the same. And when Mike removed them, he broke whatever seal was holding that something in check. We lived in that house for less than 2 weeks total, but it changed me forever. To this day, I can't look at dolls without feeling sick. I never have the bathroom door closed when I shower. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house gets too quiet, I remember the sound of my bedroom door exploding open, shattering the silence. And I wonder if whatever was in that house is still there, waiting for someone else to make the same mistake we did. Story 5. The left room. I was 10 years old in 1993 when my parents closed on what my dad called the opportunity of a lifetime. The house was easily the biggest on the street, 2 full stories, 5 bedrooms, with a beauty salon and workshop attached at the back. I remember standing in the driveway that first day, staring up at it and feeling like it was staring back. My parents were so excited they didn't notice how quiet my brother and I had become. The previous owner, Mr. Geller, was this thin man with wire-frame glasses who always seemed to be smiling about something nobody else found funny. When my parents signed the final papers, he handed them the keys and said, "So, are you folks afraid of ghosts?" My mom laughed. My dad laughed. Mr. Geller laughed too, but differently. The house had been expanded over the years, mostly by Mr. Geller himself, which explained the weird flow between rooms and the slight difference in ceiling heights between the original structure and the additions. From the very first walkthrough, I avoided the bedroom at the end of the left hallway. I can't explain why. There was just something about the air around that door that felt heavy, like pushing through water. I ended up sharing the bedroom on the right side of the house with my brother instead. We officially moved in on a Saturday in early June. The weather was perfect, not too hot, with a light breeze that made carrying boxes from the moving truck almost pleasant. My parents were in great moods, pointing out spots for furniture and planning aloud where picture frames would go. Around 4 in the afternoon, they decided we should take a quick walk around the neighborhood to introduce ourselves and stretch our legs. I remember my dad double-checking that all the lights were off before we left, even making my brother and me go around with him to make sure. "Electricity bills in a house this size will be no joke," he said, flipping off the last switch in the kitchen. We locked the front door and headed down the street. The walk took maybe 40 minutes. We met a few neighbors, including an older couple who mentioned they'd been friends with Mr. Geller before his trouble started, though they changed the subject when my parents asked what that meant. By the time we headed back, the sun was starting to set. We turned the corner onto our street, and I spotted it immediately. Our house was lit up like a Christmas tree. Every single light was on. Not just the main rooms, but closets, hallways, even the attached salon. The front door stood wide open, swinging slightly in the breeze. My dad took off running, and my mum grabbed my hand and my brother's, hurrying behind him. I remember the panic rising in my chest. Had someone broken in? Were they still inside? My dad stopped at the front door, hesitating for the first time. He turned back to us, standing at the bottom of the porch steps. "Stay here," he said, his voice tense. He disappeared inside. The minutes he was gone felt like hours. My mom kept whispering reassurances that everything was fine, but her grip on my hand was too tight for me to believe her. Finally, my dad appeared in the doorway, looking confused. "There's nobody here," he said. "Nothing's missing or disturbed, but every light is on, every single one." We all went inside together, my parents checking windows and doors for signs of forced entry. Nothing. The alarm system hadn't been installed yet, but there was no indication that anyone had broken in. My dad kept repeating that he'd checked all the lights personally before we left. My mom suggested that maybe some of the wiring was faulty, causing lights to turn themselves on. I didn't say what I was thinking, that someone or something had been waiting for us to leave so it could make itself known. That night, my parents decided to throw an impromptu housewarming gathering, inviting the neighbors we'd met plus a few of their friends who lived nearby. I think they wanted to fill the house with noise and people, though they'd never admit it was because they were unsettled. Among the guests was Bill, a middle-aged man from 2 houses down who brought a casserole his wife had made. He seemed nice enough, if a bit stiff and formal. Then there was Mima, an elderly woman from across the street who everyone referred to as the neighborhood historian. She'd lived on the block for over 40 years and seemed to know everything about every house and family. I was sitting on the floor of the living room, playing with my hamster. I'd taken him out of his cage and put him in his clear plastic exercise ball so he could roll around safely. Most of the adults were in the kitchen or dining room, but Bill was sitting on our couch, nursing a beer and watching me with mild interest. "Had that hamster long?" he asked, making the kind of obligatory small talk adults always make with kids. "About a year," I answered, watching my hamster push his ball in circles on the hardwood floor. Bill nodded and we fell into silence again. Then the hamster ball started to move in a straight line across the floor, heading toward the hall that led to the left bedroom. Bill's eyes followed it, and I noticed his knuckles whitening around his beer bottle. "If that ball moves again like that, I'm leaving," he said, his voice strangely tight. I laughed, thinking he was joking. "He's just exploring," I explained. "He can't really control where—" The ball suddenly shot forward, rolling rapidly toward the hallway, as if my hamster had suddenly developed super strength. It wasn't a slight movement or a gradual roll. The ball literally zoomed across the floor like someone had given it a hard push. Bill stood up so quickly he sloshed beer onto his hand. Without a word, he set his bottle down, grabbed his jacket from the back of the couch, and walked out the front door. He didn't say goodbye to anyone, and he never set foot in our house again, not once in all the years we lived there. I ran after the hamster ball, catching it just before it reached the hallway. My little pet was huddled in the bottom of the sphere, completely still, which was unusual for him. When I picked up the ball, it was ice cold to the touch, despite having been rolled around a warm room. Later that evening, as the party was winding down, Mima cornered me by the staircase. She had this intense way of looking at you, like she was trying to memorize your face. "Has anyone shown you the secrets yet?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. When I shook my head, she glanced around to make sure we were alone, then pressed her thin fingers against what looked like a normal part of the wooden paneling beside the stairs. With a soft click, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage leading under the staircase. "There are passages all through this house," she told me. "Mr. Geller added most of them during his renovations." She showed me 3 different hidden doors that night. One behind a bookshelf in the study that opened with a pull on a specific book. Another in the upstairs hallway that connected 2 bedrooms without having to go into the main hall. But the one that really stuck with me was in the main floor corridor, near that left bedroom I avoided. Mima ran her hand along the wallpaper, stopping at a spot where the pattern didn't quite match up. "There used to be a door here," she said. "Mr. Geller sealed it up, but you can still see the outline if you look closely." I could see it, a faint rectangular shape, slightly darker than the surrounding wall. "What was behind it?" I asked. Mima's face changed, the excitement of showing me secrets replaced by something more guarded. "A closet, I think, or maybe a small room. Mr. Geller used to keep a safe there, according to my late husband, important papers and such. But something in her tone told me she didn't believe that's all it was." Before I could ask more questions, my mom called me to help clean up, and Mima left shortly after, patting my shoulder with a bony hand and whispering, "Be careful which doors you open in this house, child." That night, I had the first of many nightmares that would plague me in that house. I was walking through the rooms trying to call out to my family, but no sound would come from my mouth. Every room I entered was empty, but I could hear my parents and brother talking somewhere I couldn't reach. Then I became aware of something moving behind me, a shadow that grew larger on the wall with each step I took. I never saw what cast the shadow, but in the dream I knew it was looking for my family too, and its intentions weren't good. I woke up sweating, convinced for a moment that the shadow had followed me out of the dream. My brother was sound asleep in his bed across the room, oblivious. Over the next few days, small, odd things kept happening. Doors we'd closed would be open when we returned. Objects would be in different places than where we left them. My parents brushed it off as forgetfulness or the natural settling of an old house. Then came the night of the candles. My parents had invited a few friends over for dinner. Nothing formal, just a small gathering. After the meal, we all moved to the living room where my mum had decorated the mantel above the fireplace with a row of pillar candles. They were all different heights and colors, arranged prettily against the dark wood. The adults were deep in conversation about some neighborhood zoning issue when I noticed the first candle move. It wasn't a big movement, just a slight shift, as if someone had bumped the mantel, but nobody was near it. I watched, holding my breath, as the candle slid forward about an inch. I was about to point it out when the candle suddenly flew off the mantel, landing with a thud on the carpet below. Everyone stopped talking and stared. "Must have been too close to the edge," my dad said, getting up to retrieve it. But before he could take 2 steps, a second candle shot off the mantel, flying sideways, as if yanked by an invisible hand. Then a third, then the fourth. One by one, all 6 candles launched themselves off the mantel in different directions. Not falling, not rolling, being thrown. The last one nearly hit one of my parents' friends in the face. She screamed and jumped up, and suddenly everyone was talking at once, trying to explain what we'd all just witnessed. "It's an air current," one man said firmly, though his face had gone pale. "Old houses have weird drafts." "Maybe the mantel is slanted," suggested another friend, even as she gathered her purse and coat. Within 15 minutes, everyone had made excuses to leave. I could see the fear behind their polite smiles. They'd all seen something they couldn't explain, and it had shaken them. After they left, my dad got out a level and checked the mantel. It was perfectly straight. There were no open windows, no fans running, no air currents that could explain what had happened. That night, long after everyone had gone to bed, I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps coming up from the first floor. I lay frozen in my bed, listening as they reached the top of the stairs and continued down the hallway, heading toward my room. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I could see the thin strip of light from the hallway nightlight under the door, and in that strip appeared 2 dark shadows, feet standing perfectly still. I held my breath, waiting for the doorknob to turn, for whoever it was to come in, but nothing happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I gathered my courage and whispered to my brother, "Do you hear that? Someone's outside our door." He didn't answer. I looked over and realized he wasn't in his bed. Panic surged through me. Where was he? Had he gone to the bathroom? Was he the one in the hallway? Fighting every instinct that told me to stay under the covers, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the door. The shadows were still there, unmoving. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, turned it as quietly as I could, and pulled the door open with a quick motion. The hallway was empty. No brother, no intruder, no explanation for the shadows I'd seen or the footsteps I'd heard. But the air in the hallway was ice cold, so cold it burned my lungs when I inhaled. And down at the far end, the door to the left bedroom, the one I'd avoided since day one, was standing open, just a crack, a sliver of deeper darkness visible through the gap. I slammed my door shut and dove back into bed, pulling the covers over my head. Minutes later, I heard the quiet click of our door opening again and my brother's familiar footsteps as he came back into the room. "Where were you?" I hissed from under my blanket. "Bathroom," he mumbled sleepily, climbing back into his bed. "Why?" I didn't tell him about the footsteps or the cold spot or the open door at the end of the hall. I didn't tell him that whatever had been standing outside our door hadn't been him. Instead, I lay awake until dawn, listening for more footsteps that never came. Looking back now, I realize that all these events, the lights, the hamster ball, the candles, the footsteps, they were all warnings. The house was showing us what it could do, testing our reactions, seeing how much we could handle. But it was the left bedroom that was the center of it all. That room held something none of us understood, something that had been there long before Mr. Geller sealed up hidden doors and built passageways through the walls, something that watched and waited, and sometimes, when the conditions were just right, reached out to remind us that the house was never truly ours. We lived there for 7 years. 7 years of unexplained sounds, of objects moving on their own, of cold spots that appeared and disappeared without reason. 7 years of dreams where I was trapped and voiceless. 7 years of knowing that at any moment, day or night, we might turn a corner and see something that shouldn't be there. The last straw came when my brother finally admitted he'd been seeing someone in the house, a dark figure that stood in corners and watched him. He'd been keeping it secret for years, afraid we wouldn't believe him. When he described where he most often saw it, near the left bedroom, I knew instantly it was the same shadow from my dreams, the one that had been searching for my family. We moved out 3 weeks later. 3 weeks. The house sold quickly, surprisingly so given its size and the slumping market at the time. The new owners were excited about all the space, all the character of the old place. They especially loved the bedroom at the end of the left hallway. So spacious, they said, perfect for their teenage daughter. I've often wondered if they ever experienced what we did, if they ever came home to find all the lights on and the front door open, if they ever heard footsteps on the stairs that stopped outside their door, if they ever discovered the hidden passages behind the walls or noticed the outline of the sealed door near the left bedroom. Most of all, I wonder if they realized that the left bedroom was never just a room. It was a door itself to what I don't know, and I hope for their sake they never found out. Story 6. The House in Savannah. I've worked with my dad on his rental properties since I was 16. Summers, weekends, whenever he needed an extra pair of hands. It was good money, and I liked learning practical skills. Painting, minor plumbing, laying tile, I can do it all now. My dad owns about a dozen small houses around Savannah, Georgia, mostly older places that need regular maintenance. We've seen some weird stuff over the years, hidden rooms, creepy old dolls left in attics, even a collection of vintage medical equipment in one basement that looked straight out of a horror movie. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared us for what happened at the Abercorn Street house last October. It was supposed to be a simple job. The previous tenants had moved out after just 6 months, breaking their lease without explanation. They'd left the place in decent shape, but my dad wanted to freshen it up before showing it to new renters. Just basic stuff. New paint in the living room and bedrooms, replace the worn carpet in the living room, clean the bathrooms. 2 days of work, tops. We arrived early on a Tuesday morning, around 7:30. It was one of those perfect Savannah fall days. Crisp air, clear sky, warm enough to work comfortably, but not so hot you're dripping sweat. The house was a small bungalow built in the 1940s. Nothing special architecturally, but solid construction with good bones. 1 story, 2 bedrooms. Hardwood in the kitchen and carpet everywhere else. Typical rental property. My dad went to turn on the utilities while I unloaded our supplies from the truck. I brought in the paint cans first, setting them up in the living room where we'd start. Then I went back for the tools. Rollers, brushes, drop cloths, and the box of utility knives we'd need for cutting the carpet. I specifically remember bringing in that box of utility knives because we'd just bought them the day before. Bright orange handles, so they'd be visible against the dark carpet we were ripping up. The first weird thing happened almost immediately. I set the box of knives on the floor near the wall while I spread out the drop cloths. When I turned back to get a knife, the box was empty. All 6 brand new utility knives were gone. I checked my pockets thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly put them there. Nothing. I looked under the drop cloths, thinking they might have slid underneath somehow. Nothing. My dad came back in, and I told him I couldn't find the knives. He thought I was joking at first, then got annoyed, assuming I'd left them in the truck. He went out to check while I kept looking around the room. The knives were just gone, like they'd never been there at all. My dad returned, confused and a little irritated, holding another box of utility knives he'd found in the truck's glove compartment. "Let's not lose these ones," he said, handing me one and taking another for himself. "They're expensive." We got to work pulling up the old carpet. It was disgusting. Years of dirt and dust embedded in the fibers, despite the previous tenants only being there 6 months. The carpet tack strips along the edges were rusty in places, which was odd for an indoor installation. As we pulled up larger sections, exposing the underlayment beneath, I noticed something strange. The underlayment, that thin foam layer between carpet and subfloor, was stained in several places. Not the normal discoloration you see from spills or pet accidents, but large, irregular dark patches, almost black in the center and fading to brown at the edges. They were scattered across the floor, mostly concentrated in the center of the room. The biggest one was maybe 3 feet across, with an odd splattered pattern like something heavy had spread outward. "Dad, check this out," I called, pointing to the stains. He knelt down, frowning as he examined the largest patch. "Huh. Previous owner must have had a leak. Water damage can look like this sometimes." "OD, but it didn't look like any water damage I'd ever seen. Water stains are usually more uniform, with clear rings marking where the liquid stopped and dried. These looked organic, irregular, like something had soaked in and festered there for a long time." We continued working, removing all the old carpet and underlayment. My dad decided we should replace the underlayment too, just to be safe. As I was carrying a rolled-up section of the old carpet out to the dumpster we'd rented, I noticed another utility knife on the floor, one of the ones from the first box that had disappeared. I picked it up, confused. I was absolutely certain we'd checked this exact spot earlier. Back inside, I found my dad in the kitchen, filling a water bucket for the paint prep. "Found one of the missing knives," I said, holding it up. He looked genuinely puzzled. "Where was it?" "Middle of the living room floor, right in the open." "That's weird, but at least we have it back. We moved on to prepping the walls for paint, scraping loose spots and filling holes with spackle. I was working on the wall facing the front door when I saw it. A human-shaped shadow crossing the opposite wall. Not like a silhouette cast by someone standing nearby, but a dark figure actually moving across the wall itself from one side to the other. I nearly fell off my stepladder. "Dad, did you see that?" He was across the room, focused on measuring for the new carpet. "See what?" "A shadow, like a person walking across that wall." He glanced up, then around the empty room. Probably just someone walking past the window. Light casting a shadow. But the shadow hadn't been distorted like it would be from outside light. It had been perfectly proportioned, moving with purpose, directly across the wall at eye level. And the blinds were closed. "I'm going to check outside," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I walked out the front door, scanning the yard. No one was there. I checked the driveway, the street, even walked around to the backyard. Nothing, no meter reader, no neighbor, no one who could have cast that shadow. When I came back in, I found my dad staring at the floor with a confused expression. "Another knife is missing," he said. "I set it right here while I measured, and now it's gone." A chill ran up my spine despite the warm day. "This is getting weird." "Probably just misplaced it," he muttered, but I could tell he was unsettled too. We tried to focus on the work, but the atmosphere in the house had changed. It felt unwelcoming, like the air had thickened, become hostile somehow. I kept feeling like I was being watched, especially when my back was turned to an empty room. The hair on my arms stood up every time I had to walk into one of the bedrooms alone. Around midday, we were painting the living room walls when I saw the shadow again, this time moving from the hallway into the kitchen. I froze, brush mid-stroke as it glided across the doorway, a dark, human-shaped silhouette that seemed more solid than a regular shadow. "Dad," I said quietly, "it's back." He turned just in time to catch the tail end of it disappearing into the kitchen. His face went pale. Without a word, he put down his roller and walked to the kitchen doorway, peering inside. "Nothing there," he reported, but his voice had lost its usual confidence. We worked faster after that, barely speaking. The only sounds were our brushes against the wall and the occasional scrape of the paint can being stirred. We both wanted to finish and get out of there as quickly as possible. By 3 in the afternoon, we'd painted the living room and one bedroom. All that was left was the second bedroom and laying the new carpet, which we'd do the next day. But neither of us wanted to say it out loud. We didn't want to come back. Every instinct was screaming to leave and never return. As I was cleaning my brush in the kitchen sink, I glanced out the window and saw something that made my blood run cold. A face, just for a split second, looking in at me from the backyard. Not clearly defined, more like a pale oval with dark spots where eyes should be. When I blinked, it was gone. I dropped the brush in the sink and ran outside, adrenaline pumping. The backyard was completely empty. No hiding spots, nowhere someone could have disappeared to in the seconds it took me to get out there. When I came back in, shaken, my dad was in the living room gathering our supplies. "Let's call it a day," he said, not meeting my eyes. "We can finish tomorrow." I nodded, relieved. As we packed up, I noticed something odd. All our missing utility knives were now lined up perfectly along the edge of the newly exposed subfloor, their bright orange handles a stark contrast to the dark wood. Neither of us had put them there. We didn't talk about it during the drive home. What was there to say? That something in that house was messing with us? That we'd both seen impossible things? My dad isn't the type to acknowledge anything that doesn't fit his view of a rational world, and I wasn't ready to put words to the cold dread that had settled in my stomach. The next morning, my dad woke me up early, his face grim. "Change of plans," he said. "I'm going to hire professionals to finish the job." We've got other properties that need work. I knew it was an excuse, but I was grateful. Neither of us wanted to go back to that house. 3 days later, my dad called me around noon, his voice tight with stress. "Can you meet me at the Abercorn house? There's a situation." When I arrived, my dad was standing in the driveway, talking to an older man in coveralls, who I recognized as the professional painter he'd hired. "They won't go back in," my dad explained when I walked up. "Said they've never seen anything like it." "Like what?" I asked, though part of me already knew. "Flies," the painter said, shaking his head. "Whole house is full of them. Never seen an infestation like it. Told your dad he needs an exterminator, not painters." My dad looked at me. "What did you clean with when we were here? Did you use any chemicals that might attract insects?" "Just water and the usual paint prep," I said. "Nothing special." We went to the front door, and my dad unlocked it. As soon as the door swung open, I heard it. The low, persistent buzzing of countless wings. The sound made my skin crawl. Inside, the house was transformed. Flies, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, covered the windows, clustered on the light fixtures, crawled along the baseboards. They weren't the normal houseflies you see around garbage in summer. These were larger, with iridescent bodies that gleamed blue-black in the light streaming through the windows. And they were everywhere. "What the hell?" my dad muttered, stepping cautiously into the living room. The air felt thick, not just with the presence of insects, but with something else. That same unwelcoming heaviness I'd felt before, but stronger now, like the house itself was rejecting us. "I'll call an exterminator," my dad said, pulling out his phone. The exterminator came that afternoon. He sprayed every room, every crack and crevice, with industrial-strength insecticide. The flies died by the hundreds, their bodies littering the floors and windowsills. We spent hours cleaning them up, gagging behind our masks at the sickly, sweet smell of the chemicals mixed with whatever odor the flies themselves gave off. By evening, the house was clean again. No flies, no shadows, just the smell of fresh paint and insecticide. My dad seemed relieved, convinced we'd solved the problem. "See," he said as we locked up, "just a weird infestation. Old houses get them sometimes." I wasn't so sure, but I kept my doubts to myself. The next morning, my dad called again. His voice was different this time, defeated, almost scared. "They're back," he said simply. When I arrived, the scene was exactly the same. Hundreds of flies covering every surface, buzzing against the windows as if trying to escape. The exterminator returned, baffled. He treated the house again, using an even stronger chemical. We cleaned up the dead flies again, this time using bleach and harsh cleaning agents on every surface. "There must be a nest somewhere," the exterminator suggested. "Maybe in the walls or under the house." My dad paid him extra to do a thorough inspection. He checked the crawl space, the attic, removed outlet covers to peer into the walls. Nothing. No source for the infestation. No explanation for why these flies kept appearing in a house that had been completely bug-free just days earlier. Over the next week, we tried everything. We sealed cracks in the foundation with silicone and caulking. We put mesh screens over the vents. We even had a plumber check the sewer line for breaks that might be letting in insects. Nothing worked. Every morning, the house would be full of flies again, as if they materialized out of thin air overnight. The final straw came when my dad found one of our orange utility knives embedded in the new drywall we'd installed, stuck handle out like someone had forcefully stabbed it into the wall. It was in the exact spot where I'd first seen the shadow figure crossing. That evening, my dad called a real estate agent. 2 days later, he sold the house at a significant loss to a cash buyer who didn't ask too many questions about why it was priced so low. "I don't believe in this stuff," my dad told me as we watched the new owner sign the papers. "Ghosts, hauntings, whatever. But I'm also not stupid. Something's wrong with that house. and it's not my problem anymore. We never talked about what happened there again. But sometimes, when we're working on other properties and a tool goes missing, I catch my dad looking over his shoulder just for a second, as if expecting to see a shadow where no shadow should be. And I still check my supplies obsessively before leaving any job site, counting and recounting each item, because I know now that sometimes things disappear for no reason, and sometimes they come back in ways that defy explanation. I've driven past the Abercorn Street house a few times since then. It's always empty, with a different real estate sign in the yard each time. No one stays there long. And at dusk, if you look at just the right angle, you can sometimes see them gathering on the windows. Dark specks moving against the glass, waiting. Story 7. The log that shouldn't be there. I spent nearly 7 years living in an ancient house that dated back to the early 1700s. The place was a marvel of old construction techniques, massive oak beams overhead that were so thick 2 people couldn't wrap their arms around them, stone walls that kept the interior cool even during summer heat waves, and corridors that would creak and groan with the slightest change in temperature or humidity. It was beautiful in a weathered, imposing way, like living inside a piece of history. When I first moved in, I was charmed by all the quirks. The uneven floorboards that dipped slightly in the center from centuries of footsteps, the way certain doors would swing open if they weren't properly latched, as if the house was breathing, the occasional unexplained sound that would echo down from the upper floors. I chalked it all up to what you'd expect from a structure that had been standing for over 3 centuries. Visitors, however, often felt differently. Friends would comment about feeling watched while walking down the main hallway. My cousin once refused to stay overnight after claiming she'd seen a shadow move by itself across the wall of the guest bedroom. My neighbor's kid point-blank asked me if a grandpa lived upstairs because he'd heard someone walking around when we were the only 2 people in the house. I dismissed all of it. Old houses settle, pipes knock, floorboards contract and expand. Wind finds its way through ancient mortar and creates strange sounds. I'd smile and nod whenever someone shared their experience, but internally I'd roll my eyes. I wasn't going to let myself get spooked in my own home by creaky floors and drafty windows. My skepticism held firm until a visit from my uncle about 3 years into my time there. He was staying for the weekend, taking the guest room on the 2nd floor. I remember it was mid-October, with that perfect autumn chill that makes you appreciate being indoors with a warm drink. We'd spent the evening catching up by the fireplace in the main living room, and around 11, we both headed to bed. I was woken up around 2 in the morning by the sound of breaking glass, followed by my uncle cursing loudly. I ran downstairs to find him standing in the kitchen doorway, looking utterly bewildered. At his feet were the shattered remains of a water glass. "You okay?" I asked, flipping on the light. He was staring at the floor with this expression I can only describe as confused disbelief. "I got up to get some water," he said slowly, filled the glass at the sink, turned around to head back upstairs, and then, I don't know. It felt like someone knocked the glass out of my hand, but there's nobody here but us. I was already grabbing the broom to sweep up the glass. "You probably just lost your grip." "It happens. That's not the weird part," he said, still staring at the floor. "Look." And that's when I noticed it too. The floor around the broken glass was completely dry, not a single drop of water anywhere. The glass had been full. I could see a few small ice cubes mixed in with the shards, but there was no water at all, as if it had vanished the moment the glass broke. "Maybe it evaporated?" I suggested weakly. My uncle gave me a look that made it clear he wasn't buying that explanation any more than I was. But what else could we say? Water doesn't just disappear. We cleaned up the glass in awkward silence and went back to bed. The next morning, neither of us mentioned it. After he left, I found myself thinking about that incident more than I wanted to admit. I started paying closer attention to the strange things visitors had reported over the years. Was there something to their claims after all? But nothing dramatic happened, and eventually the memory faded into the background, filed away as one of life's unexplained mysteries. Until that night in February, almost exactly 4 months later. It was a Friday evening, bitterly cold outside, with snow piling up on the windowsills. I'd built a fire in the main living room fireplace, a massive stone structure that dominated one wall, and settled into my favorite armchair with a book and a glass of whiskey. The house was especially quiet, the thick snow outside muffling even the usual distant sounds of traffic and neighbors. All I could hear was the crackle of the fire and the occasional pop of a log as the flames found a pocket of sap. I'd been reading for maybe an hour when it happened. There was a tremendous bang from the adjacent dining room, so loud and sudden that I physically jumped, splashing whiskey onto my sweater. It wasn't just loud, it had a physical presence, like the air itself had been struck. The sound reverberated through the house for what felt like several seconds. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I set down my book and glass, heart racing, and cautiously made my way to the dining room doorway. I flipped on the light, expecting to see a broken window, maybe a branch that had fallen through the glass due to the weight of the snow. What I saw instead made no sense at all. In the center of the dining room floor sat a large fireplace log. Not a branch from outside, this was a split piece of oak, the kind I specifically bought for the fireplace. It was about 2 feet long, maybe 8 inches in diameter, with the distinctive axe marks from when it had been split. And it was just sitting there, in the middle of the hardwood floor, a good 15 feet from the fireplace in the other room. I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what I was seeing. My first rational thought was that someone must have thrown it, but I was alone in the house. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside due to the snowstorm. There was literally no way anyone could have entered, placed that log there, and left without me noticing. I approached it cautiously, half expecting it to move or disappear, but it was solid and real, slightly warm to the touch, as if it had recently been near the fire. I picked it up. It was heavy, at least 10 pounds, and examined it closely. It was definitely one of my fireplace logs. I could even see the red paint mark I put on one end of each log to indicate which way to place them for optimal burning. I went back to the living room to check the fireplace. The fire was still going strong, the metal grate firmly in place across the opening. The stack of extra logs beside the hearth looked undisturbed. I counted them. There were 7, which meant none were missing. The log in the dining room was somehow extra. I returned to the dining room and stared at the log, now back on the floor where I'd found it. Could it have rolled there somehow? Impossible. The fireplace grate was solid and secure. Even if a log had somehow squeezed through, which it couldn't, it would have had to roll 15 feet across the living room, make a 90-degree turn through the doorway, and then continue another 10 feet into the dining room. Physically impossible. Could it have come down the chimney? Also impossible. The chimney had a cap, specifically to keep animals and debris out, and even if something had fallen, it would have landed in the fire itself, not magically appeared in another room. Had I moved it earlier and forgotten? No, I'd been sitting in that chair for over an hour, fully awake and alert, and I certainly hadn't been carrying fireplace logs into the dining room at any point. I stood there in the center of the dining room, holding this impossibly present log, and felt a distinct shift in my perception. It was like the rational part of my brain simply gave up. Logic had no explanation for what I was seeing, which meant I had to consider the illogical. Something had moved this log. Something that wasn't me, wasn't an intruder, wasn't the wind or gravity or any other natural force I could name. I carried the log back to the living room and placed it with the others beside the fireplace. Then I sat down in my chair, no longer interested in my book, and just stared at the flames, trying to make sense of what had happened. That's when I felt it for the first time, a subtle change in the atmosphere of the room. Not a temperature drop or a draft, but a sense of attention, like when you're alone in a room and suddenly realize someone has quietly entered behind you. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew no one would be there, at least no one I could see. Instead, I spoke aloud to the empty room. "Was that you?" My voice sounded strange in the silence, almost too loud. "Were you trying to get my attention?" No response, of course, just the continuing crackle of the fire, but the feeling of being observed didn't fade. If anything, it intensified, as if whatever was listening had moved closer to hear me better. I sat there for hours, until the fire burned down to embers and the grandfather clock in the hall struck 2 in the morning. Eventually, the feeling of being watched faded, and I went to bed, leaving the mystery of the log unresolved. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I tried to find rational explanations again. Maybe the log had been balanced precariously on the stack and had somehow fallen, rolling in a way I couldn't reconstruct. Maybe I had moved it absent-mindedly while tending the fire and simply had no memory of doing so. Maybe the house had shifted just right during the snowstorm, causing vibrations that moved the log. But deep down, I knew none of these explanations worked. What I had experienced was something outside the bounds of normal physical reality. After that night, I started noticing other small, inexplicable occurrences around the house. Books that would be in different places than where I left them. Doors I was certain I'd closed would be open when I returned. The sound of footsteps upstairs when I was alone downstairs, but never anything as dramatic or undeniable as the log incident. I also started doing research into the house's history. I learned that it had been a family home for most of its existence, passing through generations of the same family until the 1950s when it was sold to new owners. No dramatic deaths or tragedies were recorded there, no murders or suicides that might explain a traditional haunting. The house had simply existed, sheltering people through wars, epidemics, economic booms and busts for over 300 years. And that's when I came to a realization that changed how I felt about the place entirely. The house wasn't haunted in the traditional sense. There was no angry spirit, no unresolved trauma, no ghostly presence seeking revenge or justice. The house itself had simply developed a kind of consciousness over its long existence, like an elderly person who's seen so much of life that they've gained a certain wisdom and perspective. The log incident wasn't meant to frighten me. It was communication. Clumsy and startling, yes, but communication nonetheless. A way of saying, I'm here too. The same with my uncle's vanishing water. These were attempts at interaction from something that had no voice, no body, but had absorbed centuries of human presence and had learned, in its own way, to reach back. I lived in that house for 4 more years after the log incident. I never felt afraid there again, even when unexplainable things would happen. Instead, I developed a strange sort of relationship with the place. I would talk to it sometimes, especially when I was alone, not expecting answers, just acknowledging its presence. When I'd leave for extended periods, I would say goodbye out loud. When I returned, I'd announce my presence. It sounds crazy, I know. If I was still living in Buffalo, in a modern apartment building surrounded by neighbors and traffic, I'd never admit to any of this. I'd dismiss it as stress or an overactive imagination. But in that ancient house, with its creaking corridors and watchful presence, it seemed like the most natural thing in the world to accept that I wasn't truly alone. The strangest part is that I miss it. I moved out 2 years ago for a job opportunity across the country, and my new place is perfectly normal. Nothing moves unexpectedly. No mysterious sounds echo down the hallway. No logs appear where they shouldn't be. It's peaceful and predictable, and sometimes a little too quiet. Occasionally I wonder about the new owners. Did they notice anything unusual? Did the house try to communicate with them too? Or did it go dormant again, waiting for someone who would understand what it was trying to say? I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened that snowy February night. All I know is that it changed me permanently. It opened a door in my mind that can't be closed again, a recognition that reality might be stranger and more alive than we usually allow ourselves to believe. And sometimes, late at night when my current house settles and creaks as all buildings do, I find myself listening more carefully than I should, wondering if it's trying to speak to me too. Story 8. The Sphere That Didn't Care. It's been 23 years, but I still remember every detail of that night in Calgary. I've never shared this online before, but I need to get it off my chest because it still makes me question what I know about reality. I was 13 at the time, awkward and gangly, living in a typical suburban neighborhood in Calgary, Alberta. It was the middle of winter, February probably, and the kind of cold that makes your nostrils stick together when you breathe. My parents had finally let me have friends over for a movie night in our basement. This was a big deal for me. I wasn't the popular kid, and having 5 friends agree to come over felt like winning the lottery. My mom had helped me set up the basement with snacks, sleeping bags, and pillows. We had the big tube TV down there with a VCR, and my dad had even sprung for a couple of new movie rentals from Blockbuster. Our basement wasn't anything special. Paneled walls from the 70s that my dad never got around to updating, beige carpet that had seen better days, and a drop ceiling with fluorescent lights that buzzed if you left them on too long. The main room had the TV, couch, and a couple of beanbag chairs. Off to one side was a small bathroom, and on the other side was a door that led to the laundry room. One of those unfinished spaces with concrete floors, exposed pipes, and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling that you had to pull a string to turn on. We'd spent the evening watching movies, eating too much pizza and candy, and doing the dumb stuff 13-year-old kids do when parents aren't directly supervising. By around 1 in the morning, we were on our 3rd movie. Some forgettable comedy that I couldn't tell you the name of now if my life depended on it. 3 of my friends had already fallen asleep, sprawled across their sleeping bags on the floor. That left just me and my friend, I'll call him Mark, still awake. The movie had ended, and the credits were rolling across the screen, casting this dim, flickering blue light across the basement. Neither of us was in a hurry to get up and put in another tape or turn off the TV. We were in that comfortable late-night zone where you're tired but not quite ready to sleep, just zoning out and talking about nothing important. The laundry room door was directly in my line of sight from where I was sitting on the couch. It was closed, as it always was, because the laundry room was always freezing in the winter. The rest of the basement was warm enough, we had heating vents, but that room never got above what felt like 40 degrees during the cold months. I remember glancing at the clock on the VCR. It was exactly 1:23 in the morning. I remember because I was thinking it was getting really late, and my parents would probably come down soon to tell us to go to sleep. Mark was in the middle of telling me something about a video game he was stuck on when I noticed the laundry room door slowly swing open. This didn't immediately alarm me. The door latch was finicky, and if it wasn't firmly closed, it would sometimes drift open on its own. What caught my attention was that the laundry room beyond was pitch black. The light was off, which made sense because no one had been in there, but it created this perfect rectangle of absolute darkness in contrast to our dimly lit basement. And then I saw it. From that perfect darkness, something emerged. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that half-asleep visual hallucination you sometimes get. But as it moved fully into the basement room, there was no denying what I was seeing. It was a sphere about the size of a softball, maybe slightly larger. It glowed with this soft blue-white light, not bright enough to illuminate much around it, but bright enough that I could see it clearly. It had a subtle halo around it, almost like a miniature atmosphere that seemed to pulse slightly. The closest thing I could compare it to would be those plasma globe toys, where electricity runs to your fingertips when you touch them. Except this wasn't in a glass ball, and there were no electricity tendrils, just this perfect, softly glowing sphere. It floated out of the laundry room at exactly chest height. I remember this specifically because it was level with the middle button on Mark's flannel shirt. It moved smoothly, not drifting or bobbing like a balloon would, but with deliberate, controlled movement, like it knew exactly where it was going. Mark had stopped talking mid-sentence. I glanced at him quickly, just to confirm that he was seeing it too, and his face told me everything I needed to know. His mouth was slightly open, eyes wide, completely frozen in place. He was seeing exactly what I was seeing. The sphere moved about 6 feet into the room, and then stopped, hovering perfectly still in the air directly in front of us. It wasn't making any sound. There was no heat coming from it, no electrical feeling in the air, no smell, nothing that would engage any sense other than sight. It was just there. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. It probably only lasted 2 or 3 seconds, but it felt much longer. The sphere didn't do anything. It didn't change color or size. It didn't make contact or attempt communication. It just hovered there, as if observing us or perhaps just existing in our space momentarily. What struck me most, what still strikes me today when I think about it, was the complete sense of indifference the thing projected. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't friendly. It didn't acknowledge us at all. It was like we were furniture in the room, not worth paying attention to. Or maybe like we were fish in an aquarium, and it had simply paused to look at our tank for a moment before moving on. After those few seconds, the sphere slowly rotated in place, not partially, but a full 180-degree turn. So what I assumed was its front was now facing back toward the laundry room. Then, with the same deliberate movement, it floated back the way it had come, disappearing into the darkness of the laundry room. Mark and I sat in complete silence for what felt like minutes, but was probably only about 10 seconds. Then we looked at each other. I'll never forget his expression. It wasn't fear exactly, more like absolute bewilderment mixed with the silent question, "Did you see that too?" I nodded. He nodded back. Neither of us screamed. Neither of us ran. We just sat there, processing. "Should we?" Mark finally whispered, gesturing toward the laundry room. I knew what he was asking. Should we go look? Should we investigate? Should we wake the others? "I don't know," I whispered back. We sat there for another minute or two, neither of us moving. The TV had gone to static by this point, filling the room with white noise and flickering grey light. Our 3 friends remained asleep on the floor, completely unaware of what had just happened. Finally, I stood up. I'm not sure where I found the courage, but something compelled me to go to the laundry room door. Mark followed close behind me. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat as I reached for the light switch next to the door and flipped it on. The overhead lights in the main basement room came on, flooding everything with harsh fluorescent brightness. The laundry room remained dark beyond the open door. I reached in, feeling along the wall for the string to the single bulb. My fingers found it, and I pulled. The laundry room lit up. It was completely empty. Just the washer and dryer against one wall, my mum's laundry baskets neatly stacked in the corner, the utility sink, and the water heater. No glowing sphere. No sign that anything unusual had been there at all. Mark and I checked every corner, looked behind the machines, even opened the small window to see if it could have somehow gone outside. It couldn't. The window was locked from the inside and sealed with weather stripping for the winter. Whatever we had seen was gone. We went back to the main room and turned off the overhead lights, leaving just a small lamp on. Our friends were still asleep, having somehow slept through all of this. Mark and I sat back on the couch, neither of us really knowing what to say. "What do you think it was?" he finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "Ball lightning, maybe?" But even as I suggested it, I knew that wasn't right. Ball lightning doesn't behave like that. It doesn't move with purpose, stop to observe, and then deliberately return the way it came. "Maybe we should tell your parents in the morning," Mark suggested. I thought about it for a moment. What would we even say? "Hey, we saw a glowing ball float out of the laundry room, stare at us, and then leave." Put into words, it sounded ridiculous. And somehow, I also felt like telling anyone would break some unspoken rule, like the experience had been meant just for us, and speaking about it would somehow cheapen it or worse, invite it back. "Yeah, you're right," Mark agreed. "They'd probably just think we fell asleep and dreamed it or something." We eventually settled into our sleeping bags, though neither of us slept much for what remained of the night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that sphere, floating placidly in our basement. I kept glancing at the laundry room door, which we had firmly closed, and checked twice to make sure it was latched properly. The next morning, as my friends were packing up to go home, Mark and I exchanged a look. Without speaking, we both knew we weren't going to talk about what happened. Not to the others, not to our parents, not to anyone. It wasn't out of fear of not being believed, though that was certainly part of it, but more because the experience felt private somehow, like something that existed outside the normal boundaries of reality and therefore couldn't be properly conveyed through normal conversation. Mark left with the others, and that was the last time we ever discussed it. I moved away that summer when my dad got transferred to Edmonton, and though Mark and I exchanged a few letters, this was before email was common, we never brought up the incident in the basement. It's been over 2 decades now, and I still don't know what we saw that night. I've researched ball lightning, swamp gas, electrical phenomena, even obscure meteorological events. Nothing quite matches what we experienced. I've read accounts of orbs from paranormal investigators, but most of those are explained as dust particles, reflecting light in photographs, not visible to the naked eye, clearly defined spheres moving with apparent intelligence. What stays with me the most isn't the strangeness of seeing something that shouldn't exist. It's the feeling that came with it, that complete indifference. The sphere didn't care that we saw it. It didn't try to hide or to communicate or to frighten us. It simply went about its business, whatever that was, completely unconcerned with the fact that it had been witnessed, and that somehow is more unsettling than if it had been aggressive or tried to interact, because it suggests something that exists alongside us, moving through our world with complete disregard for our presence. Something that doesn't need to hide because it simply doesn't care if we see it or not. I've often wondered if Mark remembers it the same way I do, or if, over time, his memory has changed or faded. I've been tempted many times to look him up, to call or email and ask, "Do you remember that night in my basement? Do you remember the blue sphere?" But I never have. Part of me is afraid he'll say no, that he doesn't remember anything unusual happening. Or worse, that he'll think I'm crazy for still thinking about it after all these years. But I do still think about it. Not daily, not even monthly. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I'll remember that soft, blue-white glow emerging from darkness. And I'll wonder what it was, where it came from, and where it went. I'll wonder if it's still out there somewhere, floating through someone else's basement, completely indifferent to being seen. And I'll wonder what else might be moving through our world, just beyond our understanding, not hiding from us, but simply existing alongside us, unconcerned with whether we notice them or not. That's what truly frightens me, not the sphere itself, but what it implies. That our understanding of reality is incomplete, that there are things sharing our space that we cannot explain or categorize, things that don't obey the rules we think govern our world, things that don't need our permission to enter our homes, our lives, our perception of what's possible. Story 9. In the house that watched us. I still have trouble sleeping some nights, even though it's been 2 years since we moved out of that house. We rented it during the height of the pandemic. My fiancé, our friend Kyle, and me. It seemed perfect at the time. A spacious 5-bedroom with multiple levels, including a finished basement where we set up our streaming studio. We thought we'd hit the jackpot. A place big enough that we wouldn't drive each other crazy during lockdown, with enough room for our home offices and our 2 dogs. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a large place, which should have been our first warning. But we were excited. Kyle had just lost his apartment due to COVID-related financial issues, and my fiancé and I had been looking to upgrade from our cramped 1-bedroom. The timing seemed perfect. We signed a 3-year lease without hesitation. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, regretting that decision. The first night in the new house is when it started. We'd spent the entire day moving boxes, arranging furniture, and trying to make the place feel like home. By evening, we were exhausted, but satisfied with our progress. The main bedroom had a walk-in closet, a luxury we'd never had before. I remember walking into it to hang up some clothes before bed, feeling pleased with all the space. That's when I heard it. A loud, breathy "ha" directly in my ear, as if someone was standing right behind me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of their breath on my neck. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there. I spun around, heart racing, but there was no one, just the empty closet with its bare walls and wire shelving. I ran out of that closet so fast I nearly tripped over the bedroom rug. I didn't stop until I reached the garage, where my fiancée was bringing in the last few boxes. She found me there, pale and shaking, trying to explain what had just happened. Kyle joined us, and they both tried to calm me down, suggesting I was just overtired from the move, that my mind was playing tricks on me after a long, stressful day. I almost believed them, almost convinced myself it was nothing. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't my imagination, it wasn't the house settling, it was a voice, deliberate and mocking. That night set the tone for what would become the most terrifying 3 years of my life. But everything came to a head one night, about 6 months after we moved in. It started as a normal evening, as normal as things could be during a pandemic. We'd fallen into our routines by then. Kyle used the downstairs studio for his streaming during the day. My fiancée worked from the smaller bedroom we'd converted into her office. I took the larger spare room across the hall for my work. The dogs had developed their own routines too. They were normally playful, energetic pit mixes who loved exploring every corner of the house. But as time went on, they started avoiding certain areas. The long hallway that connected the front of the house to the back. The dark bathroom at the end of the upstairs hall. The one with the large, uncurtained shower window that always made me feel like someone was watching from outside, even though it faced nothing but woods, and our nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile away. That particular night, around 10 o'clock, I took the dogs out for their final bathroom break before bed. It was mid-October, already dark and chilly outside. As I stood on the back porch waiting for them to finish, I got that familiar sensation of being watched. The feeling had become so common in that house that I almost ignored it. Almost. But this time felt different, more intense. Like whatever was watching had moved closer, was studying me more intently. I called the dogs, my voice coming out higher and shakier than I intended. They came running immediately, which was unusual. They typically needed multiple calls to leave their sniffing spots. They seemed eager to get back inside, tails down, moving quickly past me through the door. Once inside, I double-checked all the locks. Another habit I'd developed since moving in. As I made my way upstairs, the dog suddenly stopped at the bottom step, hackles raised, staring down the long hallway toward that bathroom. The door was open, the interior dark. They began growling, low and continuous, neither willing to move forward or retreat. "What is it?" I asked them, as if they could answer. The hallway seemed to stretch longer in the darkness. The bathroom door a black rectangle at the end. The air felt heavier, colder. I called the dogs again, and after several tense moments, they reluctantly followed me upstairs, still glancing back at the hallway, still growling softly. My fiancée was already in bed reading when I joined her. I didn't mention the dog's behavior. I'd started keeping some of the smaller incidents to myself. She already thought I was becoming paranoid about the house, and I didn't want to add to her stress. We had a brief, normal conversation about our plans for the weekend before turning out the lights around 11. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from a day of back-to-back video meetings. I'm not sure how long I slept before the dream started. I was in our bedroom, but something was pressing down on my chest. Hard. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. A dark shape loomed over me, formless yet somehow human. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. The pressure increased until I felt like my ribs would crack. When I finally managed to gasp my fiancée's name, the pressure vanished. I sat up, gulping air, my body covered in cold sweat. She stirred beside me, half asleep. "What's wrong?" she mumbled, reaching for my hand in the darkness. "I couldn't breathe," I said, my voice shaking. Something was on me. I couldn't move. She turned on the bedside lamp, squinting in the sudden light. "Sleep paralysis," she said gently. "You've been really stressed lately." I nodded, not wanting to argue, but knowing it was more than that. The room felt wrong. The air too thick, too cold, the corners too dark despite the lamp's glow. She held me until my breathing calmed, then turned off the light. Eventually, she fell back asleep, her breathing deep and regular beside me. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, afraid to close my eyes. That's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps in the attic above us. Slow, deliberate steps that crossed from one side to the other, paused, then returned. We'd been in the attic when we first moved in. It was unfinished, just bare rafters and insulation. No flooring that could support weight. Nothing stored up there that could shift or fall. The footsteps continued for several minutes, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear, wondering if it would start again. It didn't. But as I finally began to relax, something else happened. There was a loud thud from downstairs, followed by what sounded like Kyle's voice calling out in surprise. I checked the clock. 4 in the morning. Kyle was a night owl who often stayed up gaming, but he was usually quiet. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake my fiancée. I put on my robe and slippers and headed downstairs to check on him. The house was freezing, much colder than it should have been, even with the October chill outside. The thermostat showed 70 degrees, but it felt like 50. Kyle's bedroom door was open, his bed empty. A light was on in the office across from the basement stairs, the room he sometimes used for late-night gaming sessions. I walked toward it, calling his name softly. He appeared in the doorway, looking pale and shaken. "Was that you?" he asked immediately. "Was what me? Did you just come in here, like just now before you called my name?" A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "No, I just woke up. I heard a noise." Kyle ran a hand through his hair, his eyes wide. "Someone was in here. I saw them in the reflection of my glasses on the monitor." He pointed to his gaming setup. "They came up behind my chair. I thought it was you checking on me or something." "What happened?" I asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. I felt my chair get yanked backward, hard, like someone grabbed the back of it and pulled. I nearly fell over. He showed me the marks on the carpet where the chair had dragged suddenly. Look, I know how this sounds, but I swear... I believe you, I said quietly. Weird stuff has been happening since we moved in. Kyle looked relieved. I thought I was losing it. I haven't said anything because, well, it sounds crazy. We stood there in the hallway, the house silent around us. Then from upstairs came the sound of my fiancée calling my name, her voice tense with fear. We both ran up the stairs. She was standing in our bedroom doorway, arms wrapped around herself. There's someone in the house, she whispered as soon as she saw us. I heard footsteps in the hallway. I thought it was you, but they went past our door and down toward the bathroom. The three of us stood frozen, listening. The house remained silent. We need to check, Kyle finally said, though he made no move to do so. My fiancée went back into our bedroom and emerged with a baseball bat we kept under the bed. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the hall closet. Kyle picked up an umbrella from the stand near the stairs. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. Together we checked every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. We found nothing. No open windows, no unlocked doors, no sign that anyone had broken in. The dogs had followed us during our search, alert but not barking, staying close to our heels as if for protection. By the time we finished, it was nearly 5:30 in the morning. None of us felt like going back to sleep. We gathered in the kitchen, made coffee, and for the first time, openly discussed the strange things we'd each been experiencing in the house. My fiancée admitted she'd been having nightmares about someone standing at the foot of our bed, watching us sleep. Kyle told us about items in his room, moving between when he left for work and when he returned. I finally shared all the small incidents I'd been keeping to myself. The doors that closed on their own in the basement when I was alone, the whispers I sometimes heard in empty rooms, the constant feeling of being watched. As dawn broke, casting grey light through the kitchen windows, we made a pact to start looking for a new place. Pandemic or not, lease or not, we needed to get out of that house. But finding a new rental large enough for 3 adults and 2 dogs in the middle of a global crisis wasn't easy. Weeks turned into months. The activity in the house seemed to escalate, as if it knew we were planning to leave and was determined to make our remaining time unbearable. The bathroom at the end of the hall became a particular hotspot. The dogs refused to go near it, growling and backing away if we tried to lead them past. The shower window, already unsettling with its lack of curtain or frosting, now seemed to draw your gaze whenever you were in there. I started showering exclusively in the smaller bathroom attached to our bedroom, even though the water pressure was terrible. The basement became another area we tried to avoid. Kyle still used the studio for streaming, but never alone. Either my fiancée or I would sit with him, ostensibly to keep him company, but really because none of us wanted to be down there by ourselves anymore. The laundry room was the worst part. The door would close behind you when you went in alone. Not slam, but slowly push shut, as if someone was gently pressing it with their palm. This never happened when 2 of us went in together. It was like the house was testing us, learning what frightened us most, then using it against us. The feeling of being prey was overwhelming at times. I'd find myself hurrying through certain parts of the house, heart racing, breath shallow, driven by a primal instinct to escape before something caught me. We finally found a new place after almost 2.5 years in that house. The day we moved out was one of the happiest of my life, despite the stress of packing and relocating. As the last box was loaded into the moving truck, I stood in the empty living room, looking around at the space that had been our home during one of the strangest periods in history. The house felt different without our belongings, larger, emptier, but somehow more alive, as if it was already anticipating its next occupants. I had the unsettling thought that it had never been our house at all. We had just been temporary visitors in its space, tolerated, but never welcomed. I was the last one out, As I pulled the front door closed behind me, I heard it again, that same breathy ha that had greeted me on our first night, a final mocking farewell. It's been 2 years since we left. We never did figure out what was happening in that house. We researched its history, but found nothing noteworthy. No tragic deaths, no criminal activity, nothing that would explain what we experienced. The house was only about 20 years old, relatively new by haunted house standards. Sometimes I wonder if it was ever about the house itself. Maybe it was something about us, a combination of energies, our fears, our stresses during an already frightening time in the world. Or maybe some places are just wrong, fundamentally wrong in ways we don't have words to describe. I still have nightmares about that shower window, about the feeling of being watched through it by something outside in the darkness. I still wake up sometimes gasping for breath, feeling phantom pressure on my chest, and I still find myself checking behind doors, looking over my shoulder when I'm alone, listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there. Because the strangest part of all is this. Whatever was in that house, I can't shake the feeling that a piece of it came with us, that it's still watching, still waiting, that the weight we thought we left behind is actually right here, biding its time. Story 10. The Thing in the Wall. Our house is built like a fortress, solid brick walls, the kind they don't make anymore, thick enough that cell reception drops to 1 bar in some rooms. It's an older home in a quiet neighborhood, and we've lived here for about 6 years now. We've dealt with the usual homeowner headaches, leaky faucets, an aging water heater, that weird smell from the garbage disposal. Normal stuff. What started happening last October was not normal, not by any stretch. It began with the knocking. Just soft taps at first, coming from inside the wall of my parents' bedroom. We all heard it that first night during a family movie in their room. 3 distinct knocks, evenly spaced, like someone gently rapping their knuckles against the other side of the drywall. My mom muted the TV, and we all froze, staring at the wall behind their headboard. Probably just the pipes, my dad said. But the house has radiant heating, not forced air. There aren't any water pipes running through that particular wall. We unmuted the movie and tried to ignore it. Then it came again, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. Deliberate, almost polite, like someone patiently requesting entry. My dad got up and pressed his ear against the wall. Another 3 knocks sounded, and he jerked back like he'd been shocked. I'd never seen that look on his face before, a mixture of confusion and the beginning edges of fear. "It's warm," he said, touching the wall with his palm. "This specific spot is warmer than the rest." Over the next few days, the knocking continued, always from the same spot in my parents' bedroom wall. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes late at night, but always in sets of 3. My mom started sleeping in the guest room, claiming the noise kept her up. My dad, stubborn as ever, refused to be chased out of his own bedroom by some damn knocking. By the end of the week, the nature of the sounds changed. The knocking was now accompanied by scratching, long, deliberate scrapes that sounded exactly like claws dragging slowly across wood. The weird part was that the interior wall structure was supposed to be just brick and insulation. There shouldn't be any wood inside for something to scratch. My dad finally decided it had to be some kind of pest, squirrels maybe, or rats that had somehow gotten into the wall cavity. He called an exterminator, who came out the next day and did a thorough inspection of the house, including the attic and the crawl space under the first floor. "Your house is remarkably pest-free," the exterminator told us, looking genuinely impressed. "No entry points I can find, no droppings, no nests, no nothing. Whatever's making that noise, it's not any animal I know of." That night, the scratching was worse than ever. It no longer came in predictable sets of 3, but went on continuously for almost 20 minutes. A horrible, deliberate sound of something dragging sharp points across a surface, slowly and methodically, as if testing the strength of the barrier between us. My dad had enough. The next morning, he took a hammer to the wall, carefully breaking through the drywall in the spot where the sounds were loudest. We expected to find brick and insulation immediately behind it. Instead, there was a small void, and within that void was an old wooden panel, like a piece of antique wainscoting that had no business being embedded in a modern wall. And the wood was scratched to hell, deep grooves crisscrossing its surface, some of them fresh enough that tiny splinters still stood up along the edges. My dad pried the wooden panel away, revealing the brick wall behind it. But in the center of the bricks was something unexpected, a rough hole about the size of a softball that had been filled in with newer bricks and mortar. The patch job looked decades old, but was clearly different from the original construction. "Someone sealed this up," my dad said, running his fingers over the different colored mortar. "Why would anyone put a wooden panel over it instead of just refinishing the drywall properly?" He took pictures to show the previous homeowners, thinking maybe they'd know something about renovations done before we moved in. As he was backing away, we both noticed something at the same time, a small black fly crawling along the edge of the newer bricks. Just one, but it hadn't been there a moment before. It seemed to have come from somewhere inside the wall itself. My dad sprayed the area with some insecticide, then patched the drywall. We hoped that exposing the sealed hole to fresh air and insecticide might solve whatever was causing the sounds. For 3 blessed days, the house was silent. No knocking, no scratching. My mum moved back into the master bedroom. We started to relax. Then the flies came. I was the first to notice. I went into my parents' room to borrow a phone charger and saw a fat black fly buzzing against their window. Just one, but it was huge, the size of the end of my thumb, and moved in a strange, sluggish way like it was drunk or injured. I killed it with a magazine and thought nothing more of it. The next morning there were 5 of them, all in my parents' room, all concentrated around that same wall. By that evening, there were at least 20, crawling along the baseboards, clustering on the ceiling directly above the patched section of wall, buzzing heavily against the windows. And they were all the same. Oversized, lethargic, with an oily blue-black sheen to their bodies. My grandmother, who lives with us, nearly had a heart attack when she saw them. In our culture, a sudden infestation of flies is considered a terrible omen, a sign of witchcraft or evil directed at the household. My grandma burned sage in every room and hung these little red pouches filled with protective herbs above all the doorways. My dad's more practical approach was to buy the strongest insecticide he could find, professional-grade stuff that required a mask and gloves to apply. He sprayed every inch of the bedroom, focusing on the patched wall section and the baseboards. The flies died by the dozens, dropping to the floor with a series of soft patters like tiny raindrops. That night, with the windows open to air out the chemical smell, the house was silent again. No knocking, no scratching, no flies. The next morning, my dad swept up the dead flies and disposed of them in the outside garbage bin. He declared the problem solved, just an unusual but explainable pest issue. My mum wasn't convinced, but was willing to give it a chance. For several months, everything was normal. The incident became an anecdote, something we'd mention occasionally when sharing weird homeowner stories with friends. "Remember the fly invasion? So gross." We'd laugh, but there was always an undercurrent of unease in those conversations. Deep down, none of us believed it had been just a normal pest problem. We were right. In February, in the middle of a cold snap that had us all huddled under extra blankets with the heat cranked up, it started again. The same 3 knocks, coming from the exact same spot in the wall. My parents were watching TV when it happened. 3 distinct knocks, clear enough that they both heard it over the dialogue. "No," my mom said, just that one word filled with absolute dread. "No, no, no." The scratching started that same night, those same deliberate testing scrapes against the wood we now knew was hidden inside the wall. But there was something different this time, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. The sound seemed responsive. If my dad got up to investigate, they would stop immediately, only to resume the moment he got back into bed. If my mom turned on her bedside lamp, silence would fall instantly, only returning when the light went off again. Whatever was making those sounds was aware of us. It was reacting to our movements, our attention. It was listening. I started sleeping with my phone under my pillow, voice recorder app open and ready. I was determined to capture evidence of the sounds, to prove to myself and everyone else that we weren't collectively losing our minds. Night after night, I'd wait until the house was quiet, then hit record and let it run while I tried to sleep through the irregular knocking and scratching from my parents' room down the hall. Every morning, I'd check the recording, and every morning there would be nothing but the white noise of nighttime silence, as if the thing in the wall knew it was being recorded. I changed tactics. One night I set my phone to record, then made a show of placing it on my nightstand and turning away from it. I controlled my breathing, pretending to fall asleep while staying hyper-alert. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then faintly, I heard it. Knock, 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 followed by that terrible scratching. I resisted the urge to grab my phone, forcing myself to lie perfectly still as the sounds continued. The next morning, heart pounding with anticipation, I checked the recording. There it was, faint but unmistakable, 3 distinct knocks followed by about 20 seconds of scratching. I'd captured it. I rushed to show my parents, practically shoving my phone in their faces at the breakfast table. They listened, their expressions growing more troubled with each second. "We need to open up that wall again," my dad finally said. "All the way this time. See what's behind that bricked-up hole." My mom shook her head firmly. "No, we are not opening anything. Whatever's in there was sealed up for a reason." They argued about it for days. Meanwhile, the knocking and scratching continued, but with a new, unsettling pattern. It seemed to be learning, adapting. When I brought my phone out, the sounds would stop immediately. If I turned on my flashlight to check the wall, silence would fall like a physical weight. It was as if whatever made the sounds was watching us, studying our reactions, figuring out when we were paying attention. One night, I decided to try something different. Instead of obviously preparing to record or observe, I lay in bed in complete darkness, with my eyes closed, breathing deeply, as if asleep. I stayed that way for hours, fighting against genuine sleep, waiting. Nothing happened, no knocks, no scratches, complete silence all night long. The next night, I didn't even try to record anything. I genuinely tried to sleep, to put the whole thing out of my mind. As soon as I started drifting off, my body relaxing into that heavy pre-sleep state, it started again, louder than ever before, right behind my headboard this time, not just in my parents' room. Knock, knock, knock. Then scratching so violent, it sounded like something was trying to dig through the wall. I shot upright, fully awake now, and the sounds stopped instantly. Heart pounding, I turned on my bedside lamp and stared at the wall. Nothing but silence and stillness. I reached for my phone to try to record, and the second my fingers touched it, I swear I heard a sound like breathing, like something on the other side of the wall had taken a quick inhale and was now holding its breath, waiting. If I were back in New York City where I grew up, I'd have a dozen rational explanations. Old pipes contracting in the cold, the heating system cycling on and off, the building settling, neighbors doing weird stuff at weird hours. But here, in this solid brick house, in this quiet neighborhood where the nearest neighbors are 50 yards away, there are no easy explanations. What terrifies me most isn't the knocking or even the scratching. It's the intelligence behind the sounds, the way they respond to our attention, the way they stop when we're actively listening but start up the moment we relax our guard. The way whatever is making them seems to be testing us, learning our patterns, our fears. My dad wanted to break open the wall again, to go deeper this time, to remove all the bricks from that patched-up hole and see what's behind it. My mom refused to let him, convinced that whatever was sealed in there should stay sealed. They compromised by bringing in a home inspector with one of those fiber optic cameras they use to check inside walls and pipes. The inspector came yesterday. He drilled a tiny hole next to the patched area and inserted his camera. We all gathered around his tablet screen, watching as the camera snaked its way through the wall cavity. Everything looked normal at first. Insulation, the backside of the wooden panel we already knew about, the edge of the brick patch. The inspector maneuvered the camera closer to the patched area, trying to see if there were any gaps or spaces where something could be getting in and out. The image on the screen was grainy, the lighting poor, but we could make out the different colored mortar of the patch job. "Wait," the inspector said, adjusting something on his device. "There's something odd about this brickwork." He zoomed in on what looked like a small imperfection in the mortar, a tiny gap, barely visible, between two of the newer bricks. As we watched, a single black fly crawled out of the gap directly toward the camera. Before it could reach the lens, the inspector jerked the camera back. "That's not normal," he muttered, clearly unsettled. "Flies don't live inside solid brick walls." He tried to reposition the camera to get a better look at the gap, but the image suddenly went black. He fiddled with the controls, tapping the tablet screen in frustration. "Lost the signal," he said. "That's weird. These cameras are pretty reliable." He pulled the cable back, intending to check the camera for damage before trying again. When the end of it finally emerged from the wall, we all gasped. The camera head was covered in what looked like black oil, a viscous substance that dripped slowly onto the floor. And embedded in that oil were dozens of tiny white objects that I realized with horror were fly eggs. The inspector packed up his equipment immediately, refusing to try again. He recommended we call a specialized pest control service and handed my dad a business card before practically running out the door. Last night was the worst yet. The knocking started as soon as we turned out the lights, not just in my parents' room now, but in every bedroom, always from the wall closest to the outside of the house. The scratching followed, more frantic than methodical now, like something desperate to get through. Around 2 in the morning, I heard my mum scream. I ran to their room to find both my parents standing on the bed, staring at the floor in horror. Flies, dozens of them, were crawling from beneath the baseboards, emerging in a steady stream as if being pushed out from inside the wall. They moved in that same sluggish way, climbing over each other, forming a writhing black carpet that spread slowly across the floor. We spent the rest of the night in a hotel. This morning, my dad called that specialized pest control service. They're coming tomorrow to do a full inspection, possibly to open up sections of the exterior walls to see what's going on inside them. But I know, we all know, that whatever is in our walls isn't a normal pest problem. No normal insect infestation knocks in sets of 3. No normal insect stops making noise when you're actively listening for it. No normal insect seems to watch you, study you, test your reactions. I'm writing this from the hotel room while my parents argue in whispers about whether we should go back to the house at all. My grandmother is convinced we need to consult someone from our community who deals with spiritual problems, not pest problems. My dad is still holding out hope for a rational explanation. As for me, I keep thinking about that sealed hole in the wall, about how someone years ago found it necessary to brick up whatever was on the other side, about how they covered it with a wooden panel instead of just refinishing the wall properly, as if they needed to be able to check on it periodically, about how the scratches on that wood looked like something trying to get out, not in. And I keep wondering what would happen if those bricks ever came completely loose. What exactly did someone try to wall up inside our home? What's been trapped there all this time, knocking to be let out? Story 11. Number sign, the thing in the hallway. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I'd always been the practical one in my family, the one who found the rational explanation when others jumped to supernatural conclusions. But what happened in our pre-war apartment in New York City changed everything. It's been 3 years, and I still can't walk down a narrow hallway without checking my peripheral vision. We lived on the 4th floor of a 1930s building in the Upper West Side, one of those classic New York apartments with high ceilings, crown molding, and hallways that stretched longer than they needed to. The building had character, as realtors like to say, which is code for old and temperamental. The radiators clanged in winter, the elevator sometimes got stuck between floors, and the lights in the hallways flickered occasionally when too many units were running air conditioners in summer. None of that bothered me. It was part of the charm of living in an older building, and the rent was surprisingly reasonable for the neighborhood. We'd been there for almost 4 years and had gotten used to its quirks. My daughter had just turned 5, and we were comfortable there. It was home, until I started noticing the shadow. It always happened the same way. I'd be walking down our main hallway late at night, usually heading to the bathroom or kitchen for a glass of water. The hallway wasn't particularly long, maybe 15 feet from the living room to the bedrooms, but it was narrow, with that yellowish bulb that seems standard issue in every New York apartment building. In my peripheral vision, I'd catch a movement, a tall, slender shadow that seemed to glide along the wall opposite from where I was walking. The first few times, I'd whip my head around, convinced someone had somehow gotten into our apartment. But there was never anything there, just the empty hallway, the yellow bulb swinging slightly from the movement of air. Our building had those ancient heating vents that sometimes pushed out unexpected gusts. I chalked it up to being tired, to the play of light and shadow in a dimly lit space, to my eyes playing tricks on me. But it kept happening. Always in the same spot, always the same tall, slender shadow, like a long curtain being gently pulled by a breeze that didn't exist. Always gone when I turned to look directly at it. After a while, I stopped reacting to it. I wouldn't turn my head anymore, wouldn't acknowledge it. It became like that weird neighbor you see in the lobby, but pretend not to notice to avoid awkward conversation. My husband worked nights at the hospital, so he was rarely home when these incidents occurred. I never mentioned it to him. What would I say? "Hey, I keep seeing a shadow in the hallway, but only from the corner of my eye." It sounded ridiculous even in my head, and my daughter never seemed to notice anything unusual, so I figured it was just me, just stress or fatigue, or an overactive imagination. Then came that night in October. We were in the process of moving to a bigger place in Queens. My husband had already taken most of our furniture to the new apartment, leaving us with just the essentials for our final week in the old place. The hallway that had always been lined with framed photos and a narrow console table was now bare, the walls showing lighter patches where pictures had hung for years. I was lying in bed with my daughter, watching some cartoon on the iPad. We'd ordered pizza earlier, and she was playing with her dolls at the foot of the bed, making them dance to the show's theme song. The apartment felt different with most of our belongings gone, emptier, more resonant. Sounds seemed to carry differently, bouncing off the bare walls. Our bedroom door was open to the hallway, as it usually was when my husband wasn't home, so I could hear if my daughter got up in the night. The yellow hallway bulb cast a dim glow that barely reached into our room. It was around 9:30 in the evening, not particularly late, but the early darkness of fall made it feel later. I was half watching the cartoon, half scrolling through my phone, when something caught my attention, that familiar movement in my peripheral vision. The tall shadow sliding along the hallway wall, passing by our open doorway. I didn't turn to look. I'd trained myself not to by this point. Just another visit from my imagination, I thought. Then my daughter sat up suddenly, her dolls forgotten. "Mummy, who was that?" she asked, her voice sharp with curiosity. My blood turned to ice. I felt a sensation like cold water running down my spine, pooling in my stomach. "What do you mean?" I managed to ask, hoping desperately she'd seen a car's headlights pass by the window or a reflection from the iPad. "That tall person," she said, pointing to the doorway. "They just walked past. Is Daddy home?" I couldn't breathe. The room seemed to tilt slightly, my vision narrowing. She had seen it. She had seen the same thing I'd been seeing for months, but had convinced myself wasn't real. My 5-year-old daughter had just confirmed that whatever had been haunting my peripheral vision was actually there. "Stay here," I told her, trying to keep my voice steady as I slid off the bed. My legs felt weak, disconnected from my body, but I forced myself to walk to the doorway. I had to check, had to know for sure. The hallway was empty, completely empty. Just the bare walls, the worn hardwood floor, the yellow bulbs swinging ever so slightly overhead. No person, no shadow, nothing that could have passed by our door. I checked the front door, locked, with the chain still in place. I checked all the windows, secured. I checked the other rooms, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Nothing. No one. I returned to the bedroom where my daughter was still sitting up, watching me with curious eyes. "There's nobody there, sweetheart," I said, trying to sound normal. "Maybe it was just a shadow from outside." She shook her head with that certainty that only children possess. It was a person. A really tall person. But not like a regular person. She went back to playing with her dolls, the incident apparently forgotten, the way children can so easily move on from things that would haunt adults for years. But I couldn't move on. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing. That simple question, "Mommy, who was that?" had changed everything. It had pulled what I'd been seeing out of the realm of imagination and into reality. If my daughter had seen it too, then it wasn't just my tired mind playing tricks. It wasn't stress or fatigue or an overactive imagination. It was real, or at least it was something real enough that both of us could perceive it. I tried to watch the cartoon with her, tried to act normal, but my eyes kept darting to the doorway, expecting to see that tall shadow glide past again. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every gust of wind against the windows made me tense. The apartment that had been our home for years suddenly felt alien, unwelcoming. When the cartoon ended, I suggested we pack up the rest of our toys and books. "Tonight?" my daughter asked, surprised. We weren't scheduled to fully move out for another 3 days. "Yes, tonight," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic rather than desperate. "We can have a sleepover at Grandma's. Won't that be fun?" She was excited by the idea. Grandma had a cat and always made pancakes for breakfast, so she didn't question why we were suddenly packing our remaining belongings at 10 o'clock at night. I moved quickly, throwing clothes into suitcases, stuffing toys and books into garbage bags when I ran out of proper containers. All the while, I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see that tall, slender shadow watching us pack, perhaps understanding that we were leaving because of it. I called my mother, making up a story about the heat not working properly in our apartment. She was surprised, but didn't question it too deeply. One of the benefits of having a parent who lives just 20 minutes away by taxi. By 11:30, we were in a cab headed to her apartment in Kips Bay, our essential belongings crammed into the trunk and back seat. As we drove away from our building, I looked back at its pre-war facade, the warm lights of other apartments glowing behind windows, lives continuing as normal. Our apartment was dark now, empty of both our possessions and our presence. I wondered if the shadow was still gliding down that hallway, if it noticed we were gone, if it cared. We never went back, not even to do a final cleaning. My husband handled that, bewildered by my refusal to return, but respectful enough of my obvious distress not to push the issue. I told him about what happened, expecting disbelief or concern about my mental health. Instead, he listened quietly, then shared something he'd never told me before. He'd seen it too. Not often, just a few times when coming home late from his night shifts. A tall shadow that seemed to move independently of any light source, always disappearing when looked at directly. He'd dismissed it as fatigue from long hospital hours. He hadn't wanted to mention it, hadn't wanted to seem irrational. We've been in our new apartment for 3 years now. It's brighter, with wider hallways and better lighting. There are no unexplained shadows here, no movements in my peripheral vision. My daughter, now 8, rarely mentions that night, though occasionally she'll remember that tall shadow person from our old apartment, with the casual acceptance children have for the inexplicable. But I can't forget. I've researched shadow people, read accounts from others who've had similar experiences. Some theories suggest they're interdimensional beings, others that they're manifestations of our own subconscious fears. Some believe they've always been here, existing alongside us, usually unnoticed except in those brief moments when our peripheral vision catches them. What terrifies me most isn't the memory of that shadow. It's the idea that it might not have been unique to our apartment, that these things might be everywhere, just beyond our direct line of sight, moving through our world undetected until that rare moment when we glimpse them from the corner of our eye. I find myself avoiding narrow hallways now. In hotels, I request rooms near elevators, away from long corridors. In other people's homes, I'll position myself with my back to a wall whenever possible, eliminating my peripheral vision. When I have to walk down a hallway, I often find myself holding my breath, afraid of what I might glimpse from the corner of my eye. Because the most disturbing revelation wasn't that the shadow existed. It was that it had never tried to hide. It moved openly through our space, unconcerned about being occasionally glimpsed, because it knew that we'd dismiss what we saw, that we'd rationalize it away, that we'd convince ourselves it wasn't real, until my daughter's innocent question broke that unspoken agreement between worlds. "Mommy, who was that?" I still don't have an answer for her. I don't know what it was, don't know if it meant us harm or was simply coexisting in a space we couldn't fully perceive. All I know is that some things prefer to be seen only in glimpses, from the corner of your eye, in that liminal space between perception and focus. And sometimes, when I'm alone in our new apartment while my husband is at work and my daughter is at school, I'll catch a movement in my peripheral vision, just the barest suggestion of something tall and slender sliding along a wall. I never turn to look directly at it. I've learned it's better not to acknowledge some things, better to pretend not to notice, because I'm afraid of what might happen if I do look, and this time, it doesn't disappear. Story 12. The voice on the porch. It happened last August during that brutal heat wave that hit Ohio. I still can't walk past our porch door after dark without feeling my stomach drop. I know what I heard, what I felt, but even now as I type this, I'm second-guessing myself. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, but this experience shook me to my core. Our house is this old 2-story brick home built in the 1950s, located in a quiet suburban neighborhood about 20 minutes outside Columbus. It's a nice place, nothing fancy, but it's been home for the past 7 years. One major downside, though: no central air conditioning. We have a few window units, but they're old and struggle when the temperature climbs above 90 degrees. That particular night was unbearably hot. The weather report said it was still 83 degrees at midnight, with that thick, suffocating humidity that makes your clothes stick to your skin. My mum and I had been miserable all day, rotating between cold showers and sitting directly in front of fans. By evening, the house felt like an oven, heat trapped in every room despite our efforts with fans in the windows. Around 11:30, My mom went to bed with a cold washcloth on her forehead and a fan pointed directly at her bed. I stayed up watching TV in the living room until around 1 in the morning, when I finally decided to try to sleep. Before heading upstairs, I did what had become our nightly ritual during the heat wave, opening the back porch door to create a cross breeze with the kitchen window. The idea was to catch whatever cool night air might come through during the early morning hours. Our back porch is screened in, with a solid wooden door connecting it to the house through the hallway near the kitchen. The screen door leading from the porch to the backyard has a lock, which I always double-check before leaving the main door open. It's not the safest practice, I know, but the heat made us desperate, and our neighborhood has always been quiet and crime-free. That night, I opened the wooden door wide, propping it with a small doorstop. The mesh screen of the porch was just visible in the faint glow coming from the single hallway light we always left on overnight. Outside was pitch black. Our backyard backs up to a small wooded area, so there's no light pollution from street lamps or neighbors. The air coming in felt marginally cooler than what was trapped inside, and I could hear the gentle sound of crickets and distant frogs from the creek about half a mile behind our property. I headed upstairs, stripped down to just shorts, and lay on top of my covers with a fan blowing directly on me. Despite the heat, I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up shivering. My bedside clock read 3:17 in the morning. The fan was still going, but now the air it was pushing over me felt almost cold. That's when I realized the temperature had finally dropped outside, and that cool air was now flowing through the house from the open door. I got up, grabbed a t-shirt since I was actually cold now, and headed downstairs to do a quick check of the house before closing the door. This was normal for me. I've always been the "did I lock the door" person in the family, the one who gets up to check the stove even though I know it's off. I'm not exactly paranoid, just cautious. The house was quiet, except for the low hum of fans. The hallway light cast a dim yellowish glow that barely reached into the kitchen and living room, leaving most of the downstairs in shadow. I checked the front door first, locked, with the security chain in place. The windows in the living room and dining room were still shut and locked. Nothing seemed out of place. I made my way to the kitchen, glancing at the back door that led to the garage, also locked. The kitchen window was open about 6 inches, as we'd left it to create the cross breeze. Everything normal. Finally, I headed to the hallway to close the porch door, now that the house had cooled down considerably. The door stood wide open, the doorstop still in place. Beyond it was the screened porch, completely dark except for that faint spillover from the hallway light. I couldn't see anything out there, not the wicker chairs, not the small table, just darkness. But I could feel the cool air flowing in, a blessed relief after days of suffocating heat. I reached for the door, ready to pull it shut and head back to bed. My hand was on the edge of the door, starting to swing it closed, when I heard it. "Wait. No, no, no." The voice came from the darkness of the porch. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't exactly whispered either. It sounded muffled, rushed, like someone hurriedly trying to stop an elevator door from closing. Male, I think, though I couldn't be certain. What I am certain of is that it came from directly in front of me, from the darkness just beyond the doorway. In the exact same moment, a blast of cold air hit my face. Not the natural coolness of the night air that had been flowing in all night, but an intense, focused cold, like when someone opens a freezer and you're standing right in front of it. It felt deliberate, directed right at me, as if someone or something had suddenly moved very close to my face. I've never reacted so fast in my life. Pure instinct took over. I slammed the door with every ounce of strength I had, the bang echoing through the quiet house. I turned the deadbolt, then the knob lock, then practically sprinted to the kitchen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, my ears, my fingertips. I grabbed a knife from the block on the counter, the big one we use for cutting watermelon, and stood there, back pressed against the refrigerator, listening. The silence that followed was absolute. No footsteps on the porch, no rattling of the screen door, no voice. Nothing but the sound of blood rushing in my ears and my own ragged breathing. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only a minute or two, though it felt like hours. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. Had someone gotten onto our porch somehow? Was there an intruder who had been hiding out there in the dark, waiting for an opportunity? Had I imagined it? Number. I hadn't imagined it. The voice had been clear, distinct, and that cold air. That wasn't something my mind could have fabricated. Someone or something had been there, close enough to feel their breath, except it hadn't been breath. It had been cold, unnaturally cold. After those initial frozen moments of terror, my brain started working again. I needed to check if someone was out there. I needed to make sure my mom was safe. I needed to call for help if there was an intruder. Still clutching the knife, I crept to the front window in the living room and carefully peered out at the front yard. The street was empty, peaceful. No cars, no movement, just the yellow glow of a street lamp about 3 houses down. I moved to the dining room window, which offered a partial view of the backyard. Nothing visible there either, just darkness. I quietly made my way upstairs, knife still in hand, and checked on my mom. She was asleep, her bedside fan drowning out any noise I might have made. Her window was closed and locked, as always. I gently closed her door and went back downstairs, my fear gradually being replaced by a determination to figure out what had happened. The logical explanation was that someone had gotten onto our porch. But how? The screen door to the backyard had a lock, and I'd checked it before going to bed. Had I somehow missed an intruder when I did my initial rounds of the house? It seemed impossible. The porch isn't that big, maybe 10 by 12 feet, with nowhere to hide except behind the small wicker love seat, and even that would be a stretch for an adult. I needed to look at the porch, but the thought of opening that door again made my skin crawl. Instead, I went back upstairs and into the small bedroom we use as an office, which has a window overlooking the backyard and porch. I turned off the light so as not to announce my presence, then carefully looked out. The backyard was empty as far as I could tell in the darkness. The porch was just visible from my angle. The screen door was closed, and I could make out the shapes of the wicker furniture, undisturbed. No movement, no signs of anyone. I stood there watching for several minutes, knife still in my hand, scanning for any sign of an intruder. Nothing moved except the branches of the trees at the edge of our property, swaying slightly in the night breeze. Eventually, I went back downstairs. The house felt different now. No longer a safe haven, but a place with vulnerabilities, with dark corners where things could hide. I checked the locks on all the doors again, then all the windows. Everything was secure. I went back to the hallway, approaching the porch door cautiously. It remained closed, locked, as I'd left it after slamming it shut. I pressed my ear against it, listening. Silence from the other side. I reached for the light switch that controlled the porch light, but hesitated. If there was someone out there, turning on the light would reveal my position, while momentarily blinding me to what was outside. I decided against it. Instead, I pulled one of the dining room chairs into the hallway and sat facing the door, knife in my lap. The wall clock in the kitchen read 3:47 now. Less than 30 minutes had passed since I'd heard that voice, felt that cold air. As I sat there, my fear began to transform into confusion and then into something else. A deep, unsettling sense that what had happened wasn't entirely normal. The voice had been strange, not threatening exactly, but urgent. Wait, no, like it was trying to stop me from closing the door. And that cold air, it had been so focused, so intense, like walking into a freezer, but it was August in Ohio. Even at night, even with the temperature drop, It shouldn't have been cold enough to create that sensation. And then there was the timing. The voice and the cold air had happened simultaneously, the exact moment I started to close the door, as if whatever was on the porch desperately wanted the door to stay open. That's when the question that would haunt me for weeks afterward first formed in my mind. What had been trying to convince me to leave the door open, and why? I sat in that chair until the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky outside the living room windows. My back ached, my eyes burned with fatigue, but I didn't move. When the kitchen clock read 5:30, I finally worked up the courage to approach the door again. Daylight was still a while away, but the absolute darkness of night had begun to soften. I stood in front of the door, listening. Nothing. Taking a deep breath, I quickly unlocked it, threw it open, and flipped on the porch light in one fluid motion, knife raised defensively. The porch was empty. The wicker furniture sat exactly as it always did. The screen door to the backyard was still locked. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing was out of place. It looked completely normal, peaceful even, in the warm yellow glow of the overhead light. I stepped onto the porch, looking for, I don't know what, signs of an intruder, footprints, evidence that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. The wooden floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved around the small space, checking behind the love seat, examining the screen door. The lock was intact, still engaged. The screen itself had no tears or cuts that would allow entry. There was simply no evidence that anyone had been there. As the sun finally began to rise, casting long shadows across the backyard, I went back inside, locked the door, and finally put the knife away. I was exhausted, confused, and still shaken. I made a pot of coffee and sat at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what had happened. By the time my mum came downstairs around 7, I had convinced myself that there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was a neighbor's voice carrying on the night air, combined with a sudden downdraft of cold air from somewhere. Maybe I'd been in that half-asleep state where dreams can bleed into reality. Maybe my mind had played a trick on me after days of heat-induced discomfort. I didn't tell my mum what happened. What would I say? I heard a voice telling me not to close the door last night, and then felt freezing cold air on my face. It sounded ridiculous in the light of day, with sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows and the normal sounds of morning, birds chirping, the neighbor's car starting, the coffee maker gurgling, creating a sense of ordinary reality. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt, and in the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why would a voice, human or otherwise, want our door to stay open? What would have happened if I'd hesitated instead of slamming it shut? Would something have come in? Or was something trying to communicate and I'd cut it off? I started researching similar experiences online, reading accounts of people who'd heard unexplained voices or felt cold spots in their homes. Some described it as ghost encounters, others as something more sinister. A few suggested it could be related to sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucinations, though I'd been fully awake and mobile. The explanations were endless, but unsatisfying. None of them captured the specific combination of that urgent, muffled voice and the blast of cold air that had hit my face at the exact same moment. None of them explained why it happened as I was closing the door, or why the voice had seemed so desperate to prevent me from doing so. We installed an air conditioning unit the following week. I insisted, even though the heat wave had broken and temperatures had returned to normal. I told my mum it was so we'd be prepared for next summer, but the truth was, I never wanted to leave that door open at night again. Never wanted to give whatever was out there another opportunity. It's been over a year now. I still do a complete check of the house before bed every night. Still make sure every door and window is locked. I still sometimes sit up listening for voices that shouldn't be there. And I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. But one thing I know for certain. I never heard "wait, no," as a warning meant to protect me. It wasn't concern in that voice. It was frustration, urgency, desire. Whatever was on our porch that night wanted inside. It had been waiting in the darkness, perhaps for hours, perhaps for much longer, for an opportunity. And I had almost given it what it wanted. Sometimes at night, especially when the house is quiet and the air outside is still, I think I hear something on the porch. Not a voice exactly, but a presence. A sense that something is waiting just on the other side of that door, waiting for me to let down my guard, to leave the door propped open on a hot summer night, waiting for another chance. And that's what truly terrifies me. Not what happened that night, but what almost happened. What might still be waiting for its opportunity just beyond the thin wooden door that separates the safety of our home from whatever lurks in the darkness outside. Story 13. Number sign. What I saw in Savannah. I've been a sensitive all my life. That's what my grandmother called it when I was little. Sensitive, not psychic or medium or any of those loaded terms that make people look at you sideways. I've always been able to feel energy in places, to sense when something isn't right, to occasionally pick up on thoughts or emotions that aren't my own. It's not something I advertise, but it's not something I hide either. It's just part of who I am, like having green eyes or being left-handed. My family has always been supportive. My mother has a touch of it too, though not as strong as mine. When I told them about the paranormal convention in Savannah last month, they didn't hesitate to come along. My mom, dad, and younger sister all signed up, partly to experience it themselves, and partly, I think, to watch out for me. They know how drained I can get in places with heavy energy. The convention itself was pretty standard. Vendors selling EMF meters and spirit boxes, lectures on investigation techniques, meet and greets with paranormal TV personalities. What I was really looking forward to was the special event scheduled for Saturday night. An investigation of the house featured in the indie horror film A Savannah Haunting. The owner, William McCullen, had purchased it specifically because of its reputation for paranormal activity and had allowed the filmmakers to use it as their set. I'd never seen the movie, but I'd heard enough about the house to be intrigued. According to the stories, previous residents had experienced everything from disembodied voices to full-bodied apparitions. One family had reportedly moved out after just 3 weeks, leaving most of their belongings behind. The convention organizers had secured permission for a small group of attendees to investigate the property, and I'd managed to get spots for my whole family. The house itself was a classic Savannah colonial, 2 stories with white columns, black shutters, and a wide front porch. It looked completely ordinary from the outside, the kind of place you'd walk past without a second glance. As we approached with the rest of the group, I didn't feel anything unusual. No heaviness, no sense of being watched, no drop in temperature. None of the things I typically experience at active locations. William McCullen greeted us at the door. He was a friendly, middle-aged man with a neat grey beard and glasses, dressed casually in jeans and a button-down shirt. He gave us a brief history of the house, explaining that it had been built in the 1890s and had changed hands numerous times over the decades. The paranormal activity, he said, had been reported consistently since at least the 1970s, though he suspected it had been going on much longer. I don't live here full-time, he told us. I use it mainly for events like this and film projects. There's something about this place that, well, you'll see for yourselves. The group leader divided us into smaller teams, each assigned to investigate a different part of the house. My family and I were placed in a team heading to the second floor. We were given basic equipment, a digital recorder, an EMF meter, and a flashlight, and sent on our way. The first floor had felt normal to me, just an old house with creaky floorboards and that slightly musty smell common to historic buildings in humid climates. But as we ascended the staircase to the second floor, something changed. It wasn't gradual. It was like walking through an invisible barrier. One moment I was fine. The next I felt wrong, irritated, tense, like someone had just insulted me and I was trying not to snap back at them. My sister was walking ahead of me, chattering excitedly about what we might experience. Suddenly, her voice grated on my nerves. "Can you just shut up for a minute?" I snapped, the words coming out harsh and sharp. She turned, looking hurt and confused. "What's wrong with you?" I didn't have an answer. It wasn't like me to speak to her that way. We bicker sometimes, like all siblings, but I'm not mean. I mumbled an apology and continued up the stairs, but the feeling of irritation only grew stronger. By the time we reached the second-floor landing, I was clenching my teeth, my shoulders tight with tension. The second floor had a central hallway with 4 doors leading to different rooms. Our team leader was explaining the layout, but I could barely focus on his words. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me from all sides. My skin prickled with goosebumps, despite the warmth of the evening. And there was a smell, subtle but distinctly unpleasant, like meat that's just starting to turn. We entered what had once been the master bedroom, now empty except for a few folding chairs set up for our investigation. The windows were tall and uncurtained, letting in the yellow glow of streetlights from outside. Our team leader began setting up for an EVP session, placing the digital recorder on one of the chairs and instructing everyone to take a seat. I couldn't sit. My legs felt strange, weak and shaky, like I'd just run a mile uphill. The irritation had morphed into something darker, a heavy weight in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I needed to get out of that room. "I'm going to step out for a minute," I whispered to my mom, who nodded with concern in her eyes. I made my way back to the hallway, my legs threatening to give out with each step. The feeling only intensified as I left the room. As if whatever was affecting me was concentrated in the hallway itself, I managed to make it to the top of the stairs before my legs finally buckled. I sat down hard on the top step, my head spinning. The world seemed to tilt and shift around me, and for a moment I was afraid I might tumble down the staircase. I gripped the banister with both hands, focusing on my breathing. Below me, I could hear other investigators moving around the first floor, their voices muffled and distant. Above me, the ceiling seemed to pulse and warp in the dim light. The heavy feeling in my chest had spread, encompassing my entire body now. I felt wrong. Contaminated somehow, as if something toxic was seeping into me through my skin. Then the thoughts came. They weren't my thoughts. I know my own mind, my own inner voice, and these weren't mine. They pushed into my consciousness like unwanted visitors, dark and violent and filled with rage. Images of self-harm flashed behind my eyes, slashed wrists, plunges from heights, a body hanging from the banister I was currently clutching. The visions were so vivid, so detailed, that for a terrifying moment I couldn't distinguish them from reality. Following these came thoughts of violence toward others, graphic, disturbing scenes involving the other investigators, my family members. I saw blood on walls, heard screams, felt hands tightening around throats. The images were relentless, one bleeding into the next with no pause, no relief. I tried to push back against this mental assault. "No," I whispered, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "These aren't my thoughts. These aren't my feelings." But forming even these simple sentences was difficult, as if the connection between my brain and my mouth was being disrupted. I don't know how long I sat there fighting this internal battle. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to stretch and compress around me, reality becoming fluid and unreliable. At some point, I became aware of someone sitting beside me on the step, a woman from another investigation team, one I'd noticed earlier because she'd been so quiet during the introductions, observing more than participating. She didn't speak, didn't ask if I was okay or offer platitudes. She simply placed her hand on my shoulder, and the contact was like a lifeline thrown to someone drowning. The pressure of her palm, warm and solid, gave me something to focus on beyond the chaos in my mind. I felt a subtle shift, as if a barrier was being erected between me and the invasive thoughts. They didn't disappear entirely, but they receded, becoming more distant, less immediate. I turned to thank her, raising my head to meet her eyes. That's when I saw it. At the end of the hallway, partially visible in the doorway of the furthest room, stood something that my mind still struggles to categorize. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but wrong in every possible dimension. Too tall for the ceiling, yet somehow not crouching, as if it existed in a space with different physical laws than our own. Its skin was the deep black of charcoal, not the absence of light, but a presence of darkness so concentrated it seemed to absorb the ambient light around it. Its body was elongated, limbs stretched beyond what should be possible for a human frame. The legs bent in multiple places, like a spider's, or perhaps like legs that had been broken and healed incorrectly many times over. From its head, if you could call it that, protruded two horn-like structures that should have scraped against the ceiling, but somehow didn't. But it was the eyes that truly paralyzed me with fear. They weren't eyes as we understand them, more like holes in reality, openings into something that human minds aren't equipped to comprehend. Looking into them physically hurt, like staring at the sun or pressing on your eyeballs too hard. They didn't reflect light, they consumed it. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other, me frozen on the stairs, it motionless in the doorway. Then it moved, and the movement was all wrong. It didn't walk or run, it seemed to fold in on itself, limbs bending and twisting as it scuttled like an enormous spider across the wall and into the corner of the hallway, where it simply vanished. Not gradually, not with any effect or sound. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. I realized I'd been holding my breath only when my lungs began to burn. I gasped, sucking in air that tasted of dust and that same rotting meat smell. The woman beside me tightened her grip on my shoulder, and I turned to look at her. "You saw it," she said. Not a question, a statement. I nodded, unable to form words. "It feeds on fear," she continued, her voice low and calm. "On negative emotions. It was trying to use you as a conduit. Your sensitivity makes you vulnerable." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial of oil, which she used to make a quick sign on my forehead, a cross or some other symbol I couldn't tell. "This will help strengthen your natural defenses," she explained. "But we should leave. Soon." As if to emphasize her point, a commotion erupted from the master bedroom where my family was participating in the EVP session. I heard my mother cry out, followed by the scraping of chairs and hurried footsteps. My sister appeared in the doorway, her face pale. "Mom says we need to go," she said, her voice shaking slightly. Something tried to grab her. She felt hands on her shoulders, trying to pull her backward. The woman beside me stood up. "Your mother was watching from the inside balcony, yes? Leaning over to see the first floor." My sister nodded, looking surprised. "How did you know?" "It tried to pull her over," the woman said grimly. "It's escalating. We need to get everyone out." What followed was a blur of activity. The woman, who I later learned was a professional medium hired by the convention organizers to quietly monitor the investigation, conferred with the team leaders. The house was evacuated, with William McCullen looking concerned, but not particularly surprised. I overheard him say something about more active than usual tonight as he locked the front door behind us. On the sidewalk outside, my mother described what had happened to her. The sudden sensation of hands gripping her shoulders, the force trying to pull her over the railing of the interior balcony that overlooked the first-floor foyer. If my father hadn't been standing nearby and grabbed her arm, she might have toppled over. We didn't stay for the rest of the convention. We drove back to our hotel, packed our bags, and checked out that same night, heading back home even though we'd planned to stay another day. None of us wanted to remain in Savannah a moment longer than necessary. In the weeks since, I've done research on the house and its history. I've found scattered reports of similar experiences, invasive, violent thoughts, shadowy figures glimpsed in peripheral vision, physical sensations of being touched or grabbed. But nothing that quite matches what I saw in that hallway. Nothing that explains what that thing was or why it was there. The professional medium emailed me a few days after we returned home. She didn't offer explanations or theories, just practical advice on strengthening my natural psychic defenses and recognizing when something is trying to influence my thoughts. Her final words have stayed with me. What you encountered is rare, but not unique. There are things in this world that feed on human emotion, particularly the darker ones. They're drawn to sensitives like us because we're easier for them to access. Be careful where you open yourself up. I haven't told many people about what happened. How do you describe seeing something that shouldn't exist? How do you explain feeling thoughts that aren't your own, violent and horrific, pushing into your mind like an infection? Most people would assume I had some kind of psychological episode, a panic attack or dissociative event triggered by suggestion and the power of place. Maybe they'd be right. I've considered that explanation myself in my more rational moments. But then I remember those eyes, those awful, painful eyes, and the way that thing moved, folding and unfolding in ways that violated the basic laws of physics. And I know what I saw was real, at least on some level of reality. I won't be returning to Savannah. Even thinking about the city makes my skin crawl with remembered dread. But sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, when my defenses are at their lowest, I feel it again. That heaviness, that sense of something trying to push its way into my mind. And I wonder if, having found me once, it knows how to find me again. If it's just waiting for the right moment, the right weakness in my defenses to come back. And I wonder what would happen if next time there's no one there to help me push it away. Story 14. The Thing in Savannah. I'm still trying to process what happened last month at that house in Savannah. I've been a paranormal investigator for years, but nothing in my experience prepared me for what we encountered there. I've debated whether to share this at all, but I need to get it out of my system, and maybe someone else has seen something similar. For context, I've always been what you'd call a sensitive. I can pick up on energies and sometimes communicate with spirits that others can't perceive. It's not something I asked for or particularly wanted, but it's been with me since childhood. Over the years, I've learned to control it somewhat, to build barriers when needed and open myself up when it feels safe to do so. My family has always been supportive, even joining me on investigations when they can. The Paranormal Explorers Convention in Savannah last month was supposed to be a fun experience for all of us. My parents and younger brother came along, more out of curiosity than anything else. None of them have my sensitivity, though my mother occasionally picks up on things. The convention itself was pretty standard. Vendors selling equipment, lectures on investigation techniques, meet and greets with paranormal celebrities. But the main event, the one I was most excited about, was an exclusive investigation of the house featured in the indie horror film, A Savannah Haunting. I'd never seen the movie, but I knew the backstory. The owner, William McCullen, had purchased the house because of its reputation for paranormal activity and had allowed filmmakers to use it as their set. According to local legend, multiple families had moved out after experiencing terrifying phenomena. The convention had arranged for a small group of attendees to investigate the property Saturday night, and I'd managed to get spots for my whole family. We arrived around 9 in the evening. The house itself was beautiful in that classic southern way. 2 stories with white columns and black shutters, surrounded by Spanish moss-draped oaks that filtered the streetlights. William McCullen greeted us at the door, a friendly, middle-aged man who seemed genuinely excited to have us investigate his property. He gave a brief history of the house, mentioning that he didn't live there full-time but used it mainly for events and film projects. "The activity seems to come and go," he told our group. "Some nights nothing happens at all. Other nights..." He trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The lead investigator divided us into teams, each assigned to different areas of the house. My family and I were placed with the team heading to the second floor. We had basic equipment: EMF meters, digital recorders, a thermal camera. Nothing fancy, but enough to document any experiences we might have. The first floor felt normal enough. That slightly musty smell you get in old buildings in humid climates, creaky floorboards, antique furniture mixed with more modern pieces. I didn't pick up on anything unusual. No cold spots, no unexplained shadows, no feeling of being watched. If anything, I was almost disappointed by how ordinary it felt. That changed the moment I reached the top of the staircase. It was like walking face first into an invisible wall of negative energy. 1 second I was fine, climbing the stairs with my family behind me, excited to start our investigation. The next second I was angry, irrationally, inexplicably angry at everything and everyone around me. The other investigators' voices suddenly grated on my nerves. The equipment in my hands felt too heavy, too awkward. I wanted to throw it against the wall. I snapped at my brother when he accidentally bumped into me, the words coming out harsh and cutting. He looked hurt and confused, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew my reaction was completely out of proportion, but I couldn't seem to control it. It was like watching myself from a distance, seeing my behavior but unable to stop it. The second floor had a central hallway with 4 rooms branching off from it. Our team leader was explaining the layout, pointing out areas where activity had been reported, but I could barely focus on his words. The anger was morphing into something else now. A heavy weight pressing down on me from all sides, making it difficult to breathe. My legs felt weak, my head light. Sweat broke out across my forehead, despite the air conditioning keeping the house comfortably cool. We entered what had once been the master bedroom, now set up with a few chairs for our investigation. The team leader began organizing an EVP session, asking everyone to take a seat while he set up the digital recorder. I couldn't sit. My legs were shaking too badly, and the pressure in my chest was intensifying by the second. I needed to get out of that room. I mumbled something about needing a minute and staggered back into the hallway. The feeling didn't improve. If anything, it got worse. The hallway seemed to stretch and contract before my eyes, the walls pulsing like a living thing. I made it to the top of the stairs before my legs gave out completely. I sat down hard on the top step, gripping the banister with both hands to keep from tumbling down the staircase. That's when the thoughts started. They weren't my thoughts. I know how my own mind works, know my own inner voice. These were foreign, invasive, pushing into my consciousness like unwanted intruders. Violent images flashed through my mind, slashing my wrists, jumping from the balcony, wrapping a cord around my neck. The visions were vivid, detailed, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to act on them immediately. Then came thoughts of violence toward others, my family members, the other investigators. I saw myself attacking them, hurting them in ways I can't bring myself to describe. The images were relentless, one bleeding into the next without pause. I tried to push back, to mentally erect the barriers I'd developed over years of working with the paranormal. "No," I whispered, though forming even that simple word was a struggle. "These aren't my thoughts. These aren't my feelings." But the invasion continued, growing stronger, more insistent. Whatever was attempting to influence me wasn't backing down. I don't know how long I sat there fighting this internal battle. Time seemed to lose all meaning. At some point, I became aware of someone sitting down beside me on the step. A woman from another investigation team, someone I'd barely noticed during the introductions. She was older, maybe in her 50s, with grey streaks in her dark hair and a quiet, watchful demeanor. She didn't speak, Didn't ask questions. She simply placed her hand on my shoulder, and the contact was like a lifeline thrown to a drowning person. The pressure of her palm gave me something to focus on beyond the chaos in my mind. I felt a subtle shift, as if a barrier was being erected between me and the invasive thoughts. They didn't disappear entirely, but they receded, becoming less immediate, less overwhelming. I turned to thank her, raising my head to meet her eyes. That's when I saw it. At the end of the hallway, partially visible in the doorway of the furthest room, stood something that defied all logic and natural law. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in every possible dimension. Too tall for the ceiling, yet somehow not stooping, as if it existed in a space with different physical properties than our own. Its skin was the black of burnt charcoal, not just dark, but a presence of darkness so concentrated it seemed to absorb the light around it. Its body was grotesquely elongated, limbs stretched beyond what should be anatomically possible. The legs bent in multiple places, like a spider's legs, or perhaps like human legs that had been broken and healed incorrectly many times over. From its head protruded two horn-like structures that should have scraped against the ceiling but somehow didn't. But it was the eyes that truly paralyzed me with terror. They weren't eyes as we understand them, more like holes in reality, openings into something human minds aren't meant to comprehend. Looking into them physically hurt, like staring at the sun or pressing too hard on your eyeballs. They didn't reflect light. They consumed it. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other, me frozen on the stairs, it motionless in the doorway. Then it moved, and the movement was all wrong. It didn't walk or run. It seemed to fold and unfold itself, limbs bending and twisting as it scuttled like an enormous spider across the wall and into the corner of the hallway, where it vanished. Not gradually, not with any effect or sound. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. I realized I'd been holding my breath only when my lungs began to burn. I gasped, sucking in air that tasted of dust and something else. Something organic and rotten. The woman beside me tightened her grip on my shoulder, and I turned to look at her. "You saw it," she said quietly. Not a question, a statement. I nodded, unable to form words. "It's been waiting for someone like you," she continued, her voice low and calm. "A sensitive it could use as a doorway. The thoughts you were experiencing, it was trying to weaken your natural defenses, make you vulnerable to possession or influence." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial of oil, which she used to make a quick sign on my forehead. A cross, or some other symbol, I couldn't tell. "This will help strengthen your barriers," she explained, "but we should leave. Soon." As if to emphasize her point, I heard my mother cry out from somewhere near the interior balcony that overlooked the first-floor foyer. The sound galvanized me, breaking through the remaining fog in my mind. I stumbled to my feet, the woman supporting me with a hand under my elbow. We found my mother backed against the balcony railing, my father holding her arm, my brother standing nearby looking pale and frightened. "Something tried to push me," my mother was saying, her voice shaking. I felt hands on my back, shoving me toward the edge. The woman who had helped me exchanged a grim look with the team leader, who had rushed over from the master bedroom at the commotion. "It's escalating," she said. "We need to get everyone out now." What followed was a blur of activity. The house was evacuated, equipment hastily packed up, apologies made to William McCullen, who looked concerned but not particularly surprised. I overheard him telling the lead investigator that the house had never been quite this active before and asking if everyone was all right. Outside on the sidewalk, in the relative safety of streetlights and fresh air, my mother described what had happened to her. She'd been standing near the interior balcony, watching the investigation on the first floor, when she felt something push her forcefully from behind. If my father hadn't been standing nearby and grabbed her arm, she might have toppled over the railing to the hardwood floor 15 feet below. The woman who had helped me, who I later learned was a professional medium hired by the convention organizers to quietly monitor the investigation, took me aside before we left. "That thing you saw," she said, "it's not a ghost or a spirit as most people understand them. It's something older, something that's never been human." "What does it want?" I asked, my voice still shaky. "To feed," she replied simply, "on fear, on pain, on negative emotions. Your sensitivity made you a target, but also protected you. Most people wouldn't have been able to see it at all, wouldn't have been able to resist its influence. It would have worked through them without them ever knowing." She gave me her card with an email address, telling me to contact her if I experienced any lingering effects. We drove back to our hotel in silence, packed our bags, and checked out that same night, heading back home, even though we'd planned to stay through Sunday. None of us wanted to remain in Savannah a moment longer than necessary. In the weeks since, I've researched entities that match what I saw. The closest descriptions come from ancient religious texts discussing demons or interdimensional beings, things that exist alongside our reality but can only occasionally interact with it, usually through vulnerable individuals like sensitives or those in altered states of consciousness. The professional medium emailed me a few days after the incident, checking in and offering practical advice on strengthening my psychic defenses. "What you encountered is rare but not unique," she wrote. "There are things in this world that predate humanity, things that have their own agendas and purposes. Be careful where you open yourself up." I haven't told many people about what happened. How do you describe seeing something that shouldn't exist? How do you explain feeling thoughts that aren't your own, violent and horrific, pushing into your mind like an infection? Most people would assume I had some kind of psychological episode, a panic attack or dissociative event triggered by suggestion and the atmosphere of a supposedly haunted location. But I know what I saw was real as the keyboard I'm typing on now, as real as the lingering fear I still feel when I think about those eyes. Those terrible, painful eyes that seem to look not at me, but through me, seeing something beyond my physical form. I won't be returning to Savannah. The city itself now feels tainted in my mind, associated with that encounter in ways I can't fully articulate. But sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, when my defenses are naturally lowered, I feel it again. That weight, that pressure, those alien thoughts trying to push into my consciousness. And I wonder if, having found me once, it knows how to find me again. If it's just waiting for the right moment, the right weakness, to reach out across whatever divide separates its reality from ours. And I wonder what would happen if, next time, there's no one there to help me push it away. Since that night, I've stopped doing paranormal investigations altogether. My equipment sits untouched in a closet. My family doesn't talk about what happened, though sometimes I catch my mother looking at me with worry in her eyes, especially when I wake up from the nightmares that have become increasingly common. The thing that terrifies me most isn't the memory of what I saw in that hallway. It's the possibility that it saw me too, really saw me, recognized me somehow, and that next time it won't just be trying to influence me or weaken my defenses. Next time, it might be coming for me specifically. I check the locks on my doors and windows obsessively now. I sleep with lights on. I've started wearing a small pendant the medium sent me, a protection symbol of some kind, though she didn't specify from which tradition it originates. These precautions probably seem irrational to outsiders, but when you've looked into those eyes, those holes in reality, rationality no longer seems like adequate protection. So I wait, and I watch, and I wonder. And every time I feel that familiar pressure beginning to build in my mind, That weight on my chest that makes it hard to breathe, I wonder. Is it just anxiety? Just the trauma of that night reasserting itself? Or is it something else? Something reaching out across whatever barrier separates its world from mine, testing my defenses, looking for a way in. Story 15. The Thing Near the Blueberry Fields. I've never told the full story of what happened that night. I've tried to forget it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination or some weird natural phenomenon, but after what my ex experienced, I can't keep pretending anymore. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I live in a small house near several blueberry plantations, right at the edge of dense woods. It's the kind of place where people move to get away from everything. No close neighbors, no traffic noise, just fields, trees, and silence. I've been here almost 3 years now, and usually I love the solitude. The quiet has a weight to it out here, something you can almost feel pressing against your skin. Most nights it's comforting, but not that night in October. It had been unseasonably cold for weeks, the kind of bitter chill that seeps into your bones and stays there. That particular evening, the temperature had dropped to around 20 degrees, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground, making everything shimmer slightly under the moonlight. I was alone in the house, curled up on my couch with a thick blanket and a mug of hot tea, watching some mindless show on Netflix. Around 10:30, I heard it for the first time. At first, I thought it was just the wind catching on something metal outside, maybe the weather vane on my shed, or the old gate at the edge of the property where the blueberry fields begin. But as it continued, I realized this wasn't any normal sound. It was a scream, long, drawn out, and distinctly metallic, like steel being slowly twisted apart. It started low and then climbed higher, this awful wailing that seemed to slice through the silence of the countryside. The sound ran up my spine like a fingernail on steel, raising every hair on my body. It wasn't a coyote. I've heard them plenty of times out here. It wasn't an owl or any other animal I recognized. This was something else entirely, something that didn't belong in these woods. I muted the TV, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The scream had stopped, but its echo seemed to linger in the air, hanging there like a physical presence. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear anything else, wondering if it would come again. For several minutes, there was nothing but the heavy silence that always follows an unexpected noise. Then it came again, that same horrible metallic wail, slightly closer this time. It sounded like it was coming from the edge of the trees that border my property, maybe 100 yards from my back door. This time it lasted longer, rising and falling in a way that almost sounded deliberate. Like whatever was making it was trying to communicate something. I jumped up from the couch, my tea forgotten, and moved away from the windows. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my phone. I didn't even think about who to call. I just automatically dialed my mom. She lives about 20 minutes away, closer to Buffalo, and has always been my first call in any crisis. She answered on the third ring, her voice thick with sleep. I realized it was later than I'd thought. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately, picking up on the fear in my voice. I tried to explain what I'd heard, struggling to describe the unnatural quality of the sound. "It's like nothing I've ever heard before," I told her, moving into my bedroom where I could keep an eye on both the front and back of the house through the windows. "It doesn't sound like an animal or machinery. It sounds wrong." She was quiet for a moment. "Do you want me to come over?" Part of me wanted to say no, to pretend I wasn't truly frightened, but the thought of staying alone in the house with that thing, whatever it was, screaming in the darkness outside was too much. "Yes," I admitted, "if you don't mind." "I'll be there in 20 minutes, she said. "Lock your doors and stay inside until I get there." After hanging up, I checked all the locks and turned on every light in the house. The sudden brightness made me feel slightly more secure, but also more exposed. as if whatever was out there could now see me more clearly. I kept away from the windows, staying in the center of rooms, my ears straining for any sound. The screaming didn't come again. Instead, an unnatural silence settled over everything, as if the normal nighttime sounds, the rustle of wind through trees, the distant hoot of owls, the occasional car on the far-off county road, had all been suddenly muted. This silence was almost worse than the screaming, filled with anticipation and dread. About 15 minutes after I called my mum, I saw headlights turn into my long driveway. Relief flooded through me. I moved to the front window, watching as the beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the frost-covered ground and the bare branches of the trees that line the drive. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the tree line. A figure emerged from the woods, walking steadily across the field toward my mum's approaching car. At first, I thought it might be a neighbor, though that made no sense. My nearest neighbor is over a mile away. Then, as the figure moved closer to the headlights, I could make out more details. My blood turned to ice. The figure was wearing my dark blue parka with the fur-lined hood, the exact one hanging on the hook by my back door. Same jeans, same boots. As it moved even closer to the light, I could see more. The same way I wear my hair, the same height and build, the same walk. It was me, down to the smallest detail, walking purposefully toward my mom's car. But I was standing in my living room, watching through the window. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't process what I was seeing. This perfect copy of me was walking toward my mom's car with deliberate steps. I saw my mom slow down, probably confused about why I would be outside in the bitter cold, walking across the field when I'd just called her in a panic. Then, to my further shock, my ex's truck came speeding up the driveway behind my mom's car. We'd broken up 6 months earlier, and while we were still on speaking terms, he never just showed up unannounced, especially not this late at night. His truck screeched to a halt behind my mom's car. He jumped out and ran to her driver's side window. Even from a distance, I could see his frantic gestures, the way he was pointing toward the fields, toward the thing that looked like me. I broke out of my paralysis and ran to my front door, throwing it open and shouting to them. The porch light illuminated me clearly as I stood in the doorway. My mom's head whipped around to look at me, then back to where she'd been looking before. My ex stood frozen, his face visibly pale even from a distance, looking between me and the doorway and whatever was in the field. I ran out to them, the cold air burning my lungs. My mum got out of her car, looking confused and frightened. My ex grabbed my arms, his fingers digging in almost painfully. "That wasn't you?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Tell me that wasn't you I just saw. What are you talking about?" My mum looked between us, clearly lost. "I was driving to Buffalo," my ex explained, his eyes never leaving my face, "taking the back roads. When I passed by the turnoff to your place, I saw you walking along the side of the road. My stomach dropped. That wasn't me. I've been home all night." "I know that now," he said, "but I didn't then. I thought maybe your car broke down or something, so I pulled over. Whatever it was, it looked exactly like you. Same jacket, same hair, same walk, everything. So I called out to you, but you didn't respond. You just kept walking, so I followed in my truck, driving slowly alongside. I could feel myself starting to shake, and not just from the cold. Then what happened? You turned and looked at me." His voice dropped to almost a whisper. "Right at me. And your face, it was your face, but the expression was all wrong. Empty. Then you just turned and walked into the woods. No hesitation, no stumbling, just straight into the trees like they weren't even there." My mom put her hand on my shoulder, steadying me. "That's impossible," she said. "She's been home." I just talked to her on the phone. "I know what I saw," my ex insisted, his voice rising slightly. "And the way it moved when it turned, it wasn't natural. It was too smooth, like it was, I don't know, gliding an inch above the ground or something. The three of us stood there in the bitter cold, our breath forming clouds between us. I felt sick, terrified, because even though I knew I had been inside my house the entire evening, I also knew my ex wasn't lying. Whatever he saw, he really saw it. "Let's go inside," my mom finally said. "It's freezing out here." We went into my house, and I locked the door behind us. My dog was hiding under the dining table, whimpering softly. He usually goes crazy when my ex visits, jumping all over him for attention. Not this time. He wouldn't come out, not even for treats. We sat in my living room with just a single lamp on, speaking in hushed tones, as if afraid something might hear us. My ex kept glancing out the windows, flinching at every creak the old house made as it settled. "The worst part," he said after a while, "was the eyes. They were your eyes exactly, but empty, like looking at a photograph of eyes, not real ones. And when she turned to walk into the woods, there was no sound, no cracking twigs, no rustling leaves, nothing." "Why were you even driving out this way?" I asked. "You live in the opposite direction from Buffalo." He looked uncomfortable. "I was coming to see you, actually. I know it's late, but I've been thinking about things, about us, and I just wanted to talk. Then I saw that and followed it. When it disappeared into the woods, I panicked. I thought something had happened to you. That's when I came here and saw your mom's car." We stayed awake most of the night, jumping at every sound. Around 3 in the morning we heard it again, that terrible metallic scream, distant but unmistakable. My dog crawled deeper under the table, shaking. My ex went pale, and my mom reached for my hand, squeezing it tightly. "What the hell is that?" my ex whispered. "That's what I heard before I called Mom," I explained. "That's why she was coming over in the first place." The scream came again, slightly closer this time. It had that same unnatural quality, a sound that shouldn't exist in our world, something between machinery and a living creature in agony. As dawn broke, the tension in the house began to ease slightly. Daylight has a way of making even the most terrifying things seem less threatening. My ex got up to leave. He looked exhausted, the fear having drained him completely. At the door, he hesitated. "I'm not coming back here," he said quietly. "I can't. This area, there's something wrong with it, especially around Buffalo where the road cuts through the deep woods. People disappear out there, you know? There are things in these woods that don't want to be seen. Things that shouldn't be confronted." I wanted to argue, to tell him he was being ridiculous, but the words wouldn't come. Because deep down, I knew he was right. I'd felt it ever since moving here. That sense that the silence wasn't empty, but filled with something watching, waiting. He left, and my mum stayed with me for the rest of the day. She tried to convince me to come stay with her for a while, but I refused. This is my home. Whatever's out there, it can't have that too. But things have changed since that night. I don't go out after dark anymore. I've installed motion sensor lights all around my property. I keep the curtains drawn at all times, even during the day. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the woods. But when I turn to look directly, there's nothing there. The locals don't talk much about strange occurrences. But when I cautiously brought up what happened, an old-timer at the general store just nodded knowingly. "The fields have eyes," he said. "Always have. Best not to look too hard for what doesn't want to be found." I've researched doppelgangers, skinwalkers, every possible explanation for what my ex saw that night. Nothing quite fits. Whatever was wearing my face, mimicking my walk, it wasn't human. The way it moved, the silence of its passage, the emptiness in its gaze, these are the things that keep me awake at night. I still hear that scream sometimes, always distant, always at night, always sending that same icy fear straight through me. I wonder if it's calling to something, or warning something away. My ex never came back. He texts occasionally to check that I'm okay, but he won't set foot on this property again. I don't blame him. Part of me wants to leave too, but another part feels strangely possessive of this place now. Like if I left, I'd be surrendering it to whatever's out there wearing my face. So I stay. I watch the tree line. I listen to the silence and what breaks it. And I wonder every day what would have happened if my ex had gotten closer to that thing on the road. What would have happened if he'd touched it? If he'd tried to make it turn around again? Some questions are better left unanswered. Some things are better left unconfronted. The thing wearing my face is still out there somewhere. And sometimes, in the dead of night when the silence is heaviest, I swear I can feel it watching me through my own windows, wondering why there are two of us in this world. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it wants anything at all. But I know it's there, moving silently through the blueberry fields and the woods beyond, wearing my face like a mask. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's the real me, and I'm the copy. That's the thought that terrifies me most of all. The other night, I was woken up by my dog growling at the window. When I looked out, I saw a figure standing at the edge of my yard, just where the porch light fades into darkness. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I didn't need to see the details. I knew it was watching me, waiting for something. I closed the curtains and sat on my bed until morning, my dog pressed against me, both of us trembling. I don't know how long I can continue living like this, jumping at shadows, afraid to go outside after sunset. But I also don't know where I could go that it couldn't follow. Because that's the thing about doppelgangers, isn't it? They're tied to you somehow, connected, and no matter how far you run, that connection remains. So I stay, and I watch, and I listen for that metallic scream in the night. And I wonder when, not if, but when, I'll look out my window and see my own face staring back at me, empty eyes and all, waiting to take my place in this world.